Okay, right on time. Thank you, everyone. So this is Washington State Building Code Council IBC tag for, excuse me, December 5th, 2024. We'll jump right in and try to take roll, please.
Alrighty. Make sure I'm unmuted. Chair Primary Todd Bayrither.
Here,
Thank you. Alternate Chair Roger Herringa.
he'll be 15 minutes late.
15 minutes late. Gotcha. All right. Architect Primary Joe Mayo.
Here.
Thank you. Alternate Chair Fortaleza.
Present, and I will be stepping out between around 2 to 3.
2 to 3. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Just make a note. Got it. Building Official Primary Tim Woodard.
Here.
Thank you. Alternate Steve Belzak.
I'm here.
Thank you. Fire Services Representative Primary Lance Dahl.
Here.
Thank you. For Cities and Counties Primary Hoyt Jeter.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. For Affordable Housing Representative Primary Todd Sullivan. And I don't think I'm seeing them on the meeting today. Nope. All right, General Contractor or Developer Primary Bill Mybush.
Bill said he would be roughly 30 minutes late.
Gotcha. All right. Manufacturer Supplier Primary Brian Horseman. Not seeing them online today. Structural Engineer Primary Josh Merkins.
Present, and I will have to step out of 4, unfortunately. Sorry to keep doing that to you guys, but I don't have availability after 4, and just as a small business owner, it's hard to take 8 hours out of volunteer time.
Heard you. Structural Engineer Alternate Trent Tinney. Not seeing them online today. For the Persons with Disability or Accessibility Expert Primary Michael Shaw. Not seeing them online today. For Building Owner Property Manager Primary Brett Conway.
Here.
Thank you. General Public Subject Matter Expert Primary Michael Barth.
We here?
For the alternate Leah Summer.
I'm here.
Thank you. State Enforcement Agency Primary Paul Clark.
Here.
Thank you. Fire Protection Engineer Primary Andy Leonto.
Present.
Thank you. And with that, we have a quorum, 10 seats represented, and with people flexing in and out, I'll keep an eye out. As you guys leave, please raise your hand, just to make sure I know when you're leaving, so I can just keep track of our quorum status.
Okay, Dustin, we're +2 then, right now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, so Lance had just indicated that he has to attend to something. So Lance, I think it makes sense. And then
okay,
we'll
I'll jump
monitor.
back on. I'll jump back on as soon as I can.
Okay, appreciate that.
You bet. Thank you.
Okay, so we're at 9 now, right, Dustin?
Yes, with Lance out for a bit.
Let's continue with, would anyone from the public like to be recognized? Go ahead, Ariel.
Hi, Ariel Brenner with the New Buildings Institute, the proponent behind the embodied greenhouse gas appendix, and that is item 20 on the agenda.
Yep. Thank you. Welcome. Corey.
Corey Shaw, Washington Aggregate Concrete Association, for item number 20. And would like to put in a special request that we maybe hear that earlier on the agenda rather than later.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick?
Yes, Patrick Hanks with the Building Industry Association of Washington here. Thank you.
Thank you. Sophie?
Hi, Sophie Marine with American Wood Council, also here to talk on item 20.
Okay, welcome. Kathleen?
Hi, I'm Kathleen Petrie with King County, and here to speak on the EV proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren?
Hi there. I'm a columnist at a little news startup here in Spokane. Just have a few questions about one of your projects. I don't think it's on this agenda here, but just have a couple quick questions if you have time for that during the public comment section.
We can, for the items on agenda, for single stair, yeah, we can do that.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry, I don't know your first name, Pete Stoltz.
Hello, thanks. Pete Stoltz from Cal Portland, also interested in the embodied carbon topic.
Thank you. You said Pete, right?
That's correct.
Okay, welcome. Ross.
Yeah, hi there, Ross Freeman with the Climate Office at King County. I'll be collaborating with Kathleen on the EV proposals. Both of us can cover parts of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ross. I think I see Kelly.
Hi, yes, Kelly Rankich with O'Brien 360, sustainability consultant interested in the embodied carbon item number 20.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it. Ross and Kelly, your hands are still up, but I think, okay, appreciate that. With that, we're going to move into agenda item 2, which is review and approve the agenda.
Mr. Chair, we had one more hand come up there at the end.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, Dave Germer, Cal Portland, also interested in the carbon item 20.
Cal Portland. Okay, thank you, Dave. And then, Hannah, hi.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Hannah Waterstrat, Director of the SEEP Office at Commerce, and here for the embodied carbon item and able to answer questions about the existing buy clean and buy fair policy.
Perfect. Thank you, Hannah. Okay, now if I'm not rushing it too much, we'll go into item 2, which is review and approve the agenda. So we've posted the agenda, with the strategy of finishing the IEBC measures, and then it moves into the EV cluster. So if everyone's tracking today, we have probably the EV cluster and the greenhouse gas emission will be probably longer items that we want to address, and many people are here for. That said, we want to balance that, of course, with moving through, getting our work done, and also acknowledging that these are posted in order. So really, it's up to the TAG. A couple things have been suggested. One, we can move things around, move those bigger talking points up if it's not if it's not opposed by some of the other agenda. I don't mean to call them smaller. I just mean some of the other items that we don't anticipate as much testimony on. But that has to be the will of the TAG and then the people testifying or proponents that are here. Another thought that was proposed was work on the agenda in order and then have a time certain, such as 3 o'clock, that we're going to start talking about, say, the EV cluster, and then move into time certain, on the mission. So anyone have any opinions from the TAG? Go ahead, Ken.
So I'm the proponent on item 19 and also item, oh gosh, I just lost it.
14. The carbon monoxide. Yep.
14. And I'm fine with those two actually moving. I mean, the 14 moving down in front of 19, because I do have another commitment between 2 and 3. So that would work for me. So I'm okay if you wanted to bump by 14 down. So just wanted.
Okay, thank you for that, Ken. Yeah. So the proposal there would be bring 14 and 19 together. Go ahead, Hoyt.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm fine with any order you want to do. I'm here for as long as you want, so I'm fine adjusting however you want to do it. You said you wanted to hear from us, so I thought I'd just say whatever order you want is fine with me.
Okay. Do you have an opinion?
No, I've looked at all of them, so I can do them in any order.
Okay. Go ahead, Hannah.
Yeah, just FYI, I have to jump out between 1:30 and 2, so wouldn't be able to answer any questions during that time, but I'm also available over email if that doesn't work out.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Go ahead, Tim.
I liked your idea of kind of setting a time to jump into one of the larger topics, but prior to EV, I think maybe we set it for 3 o'clock for the embodied carbon, seeing the interest that's here, and then work through what we can before we before we get to there.
Okay, including the EV, just if we get to EV before 3, that's good. And but we're at 3 o'clock, we're gonna start the embodied carbon.
That was my thought, yeah.
Okay. You can give Roger credit for that. So, okay, thanks, Tim. Josh?
I agree with Tim on order. I'm also jumping in real quick just to say I know I jumped off early from the last meeting and I'm a proponent on 092 that was talked about. And there wasn't quorum to finish. It's not on this agenda, and that's fine. If that's going to be another agenda, this is really full. I just want to make sure we don't lose that in the process. And I have some answers for people when we get there, but it seems like we've got a full agenda today, and this is a pretty minor one. So I kind of suggest not trying to add it or anything, but making sure it's on people's radar.
You're right, though, Josh. Dustin, did we just forget about that
On my
one?
notes for last meeting, we had a motion made by Hoyt and seconded by Bill to recommend as modified at the meeting a revision number 2. I can bring it up here, or we kind of have it slated for the package that we're trying to do next week.
Dustin, can I jump in? I'm sorry to interrupt, but just in the interest of time, I reviewed the video. You guys didn't have quorum at the very end, so it was.
Oh, that's correct. Oh, I didn't read my entire note. You are 100% correct. So that one, maybe we can slide in other business if we can make it there. If
Sounds
not,
great.
let's,
Thank you,
we'll hold it at the next week's meeting.
Is that okay to everyone? Mike?
Michael, there you go.
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to comment. The EV charging ones have been kicked, we've kicked that can down the road several times, and that too may be a long conversation. And so I'd like to see that get accomplished and completed also. If we're going to get into the embodied greenhouse gas discussion, then I'd prefer that not to then bump EV charging yet another week.
Yeah, I agree. I understand and agree. So let's make a decision then whether we're gonna, well, let's get started first of all, but then if we start the EV, that we keep that going, and we could push the greenhouse gas to say a 3:30 time slot, then make sure we're talking about EV, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have a trouble raising my hand when I'm sharing my screen.
Hey, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
No worries. I would maybe suggest that we run through the agenda as drafted with the change we talked about to move Ken's proposals together so that he can be here for one time slot. But we have the EVs scheduled right after the existing building code section. I think that if we get moving now, we can probably go through that, have a bit of time to talk about the EV, and hopefully maybe even get past it before we get to 3 o'clock. If we move, and then maybe if at 3 o'clock, if we're not quite done, we can extend out a little bit.
Well, let's get moving then. So with that, is there a motion to approve the agenda with the one move from 14 to right before 19?
Yep.
Knowing and knowing our intent that we're gonna at 3 o'clock talk, we're gonna monitor and have a strategy for the greenhouse gas.
So moved. This is Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
Second, this is Michael.
Thank you, Mike. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that's agenda as amended is approved. Item number 3 is public comment on items not on the agenda. Lauren, would you like to go first?
Sure, happy to. And I apologize. I have a few questions about kind of the process of building code, and if this is not the correct forum for that, please feel free to boot me out and interrupt me.
To talk about our process for amendments here. If that's the case, I can definitely take some time to speak with you outside the meeting, since we do have a kind of large agenda. But I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Sure. Yeah. How about I ask him, and then if it's not the forum, you can kick me out. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe Lauren, what we can do is if it's about the single exit, go ahead and ask a question, and then we can explain quickly what the process of that will be.
Sure. Yeah. Great. Thank you so much. So this is project 24-GP1-036, single exit. I see you all are implementing it in a new appendix being Q. And so I wanted to ask, can Spokane preempt this code change, or does it need to wait until you all do your work and it gets completely adopted in, I see, November 2026?
Yeah, so maybe I'll answer this and then we can take more offline, and
Perfect.
I'm happy to call back. So where we stand right now is there was a mandated by the legislature that the State Building Code Council take up this issue in the National Building Code Technical Advisory Group, which is what this is. We've already taken action on that, both as a council, well, primarily as a council, to say we're going to take that into an ad hoc technical advisory group, which means there are other subject matter experts from other areas that we want to inform that specific issue, and then ultimately that will start in 2025, and then the recommendations from that will move back into this and other technical advisory groups. So this group will review that in the near future, and then and we can talk more offline about the other pathways on how local this process right now is. Every 3-year cycle, external petitions, we call them, come into the process, and we're reviewing those today, and that's the list you see in front of you. This did come in as an external petition, knowing that the legislature mandated it, but because the legislature mandated it, we also could take other pathways. And then the third pathway is what you're asking, is local jurisdictions can propose amendments, but then technically they still come to the council for review and approval. So maybe what I can do is I have your number. Would that be best if I call you, and then also we can reach out to Dustin for more?
Yeah, sure. That sounds fine. I'll just put my number in the chat. I think you got a call from someone else, so I'll just put mine in the chat, and then
okay.
We can talk then. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us today. Yeah.
Thank you.
No chat.
Lauren, we don't have chat activated on these meetings. Do you have access? If you want to go to the sbcc.wa.gov website, you can, or I guess email us at sbcc@des.wa.gov, and I'll be looking for that, and I'll share the contact with Todd as well.
Or you could
Perfect.
just,
Thank you all so
or you
much.
could just give your phone number for all of us to know.
You can call me anytime, no problem. All right, I'm sorry for taking so much of your time. Thank you so
No,
much.
we appreciate joining and your interest. Thank you.
Bye.
Go ahead, Micah.
Let's see. Yeah, don't give us your phone number. This was posted on YouTube. On that same topic, though, Dustin, I know you are extraordinarily busy, but the question on when it's going to be posted for opening for tag applications for that single exit tag. It's not on the website. Had lots of people asking me, of course. So if you could give us an update on that, I appreciate it. I know it's.
So on that, I'm anticipating a little bit of room to address everything else that's going on. The tag meetings have been rolling at a furious pace. So anticipate some updates on the website here next week.
Okay. Anything else for something that's not on the agenda? Okay. So we're going to move into this today. We already discussed the agenda. Before we get into it, I want to talk. We're going to enter into new territory today, because up to now we've had pretty much overall consensus on each one of the petitions, and we've done voice votes that were unanimous, and that's how they're recorded. We left off at the last meeting with an item that, as you just heard, we fell off of quorum. So even though we took a vote, it didn't count because we didn't have quorum. So we caught it, and we're going to revisit that. But now it raises the question of new state law that says if the tag votes purposely to deny a petition to move forward, then that petition's done. It cannot be heard by the standing committee or the full council. That's different than in the past. And in the past, it has happened occasionally where the tag has made a recommendation to deny, but for lots of reasons, when it got to the committee level, to the council, maybe new information came up or amendments were made or something that the committee was able to reopen that, or the council could have done that too. So that has been taken off the table now by the legislature, and that's their prerogative. And so those are the rules we're going under. What it means, in my opinion, is that now we have to be more careful about how we document our process, and specifically how we move things forward. And it might mean that we, as a TAG, decide we might want to move certain things forward with split votes that have a majority. And it might be that we know they need more work, but we feel there's merit to move them forward to the public process that the full council offers. It puts us in a little bit of an interesting position, in my opinion, that while we are in the 3-year cycle as defined by our rules and by our CW, we technically, the council hasn't filed any of these to move into the rulemaking process, which with it gives us much broader approach to public input. And so that concerns me, that we would be essentially cutting off public process. Now, some of them might be obvious in that they don't have the merit and they shouldn't move forward and into the council level. So what I'm proposing, and this is open for TAG input on how we want to create our rules today, is that when we're discussing something that might, well, first of all, we'll take a voice vote on those that we think are unanimous. If someone votes no, then we will move into a roll call vote and document each position's vote. If we have majority, then that will move forward with that split vote with roll call, and we will make sure that Dustin and staff are able to document essentially a findings of fact for that vote. So it's not just a number, but it also has the information of what the discussion was, and of course someone can go back to the meeting and review the meeting, and that also includes the dissenting opinions of the vote. And then once that's documented, then that'll move, and the chair, I will then review that and make sure that it's accurate, and then sign that so that we have something documented moving forward. Before I go into the if we have a denial or want to move towards a denial, wait, go ahead and
Yeah, I just want to be clear real quick. Basically, either denial or approval, what you're saying. Basically, you want whoever makes the motion and stuff, give a reason for why they're kind of like we've been doing a little bit before, correct?
Well, it's technically any member's prerogative to make a motion for denial right out of the gate. I'm perhaps asking that we have a common approach and agree to a common approach. My proposal is that we raise a motion in the affirmative to recommend for approval, as we've been doing, and then vote up and down. And if there's a majority no vote, then let's talk about next steps. Let's talk about whether amendments could and should be made at the TAG level that would enable this to move forward into more public process, or if we really feel it should not move forward, we make a deliberate motion then for denial. That I would recommend that vote for denial is based off of the action just taken, the no vote, not again on the merits, right? So that we're not just duplicating and inverting the vote. We're actually saying specifically to the council that we are denying this proposal should not move forward and cannot move forward. It might seem like a little bit overkill, but I think it best documents our process, but open for any input here.
And Todd, just maybe a little bit more on that one. We were talking, if we don't see it as being able to fit into the code as drafted right now, but we're trying to stay along our timelines, a potential motion to recommend for further work by the TAG up to the committees, then to the council, and with the hope that would be brought back down to the TAG and we could continue to work on specific proposals.
Yeah, there is absolutely precedent in my experience on the council that things that have moved forward in the committee and council, if there's substantive changes, it's the council's prerogative to work on that and keep moving. But usually the council will move it back for the subject matter experts in our tags here to work on that and give an opinion on it. What I'm worried about is that, for example, as a council member on the building code tag, I don't have visibility unless I'm in the meetings like the energy tag there could be things that are denied over there that we haven't even heard yet at the council level, and that also means they haven't been submitted, they haven't been filed for rulemaking, so there is a broader expanse of the public, that has not had a chance to be made aware of that unless they're following these tag meetings. So Tim.
So I guess my only concern with the process that you're talking about is it almost feels as if we're circumventing the process they gave us, right? We move it forward knowing that we're not in agreement with it, but allowing the main council to see it. So it kind of feels like we were given a task of either thumbs up or thumbs down. And I don't have an issue, and I thought this was kind of one of the approaches we took before, where we send competing proposals through, and then hoping that the council sends us back, hey, we want this proposal because these are the same, and then could have us work on it or something to that effect. But I guess I just don't quite understand the process of moving something forward that we're not approving. So there you go.
I understand. I think maybe this is a little nuanced. I'm just adding that extra step in there before we deny, to talk about, do we mean it that we're really denying this, or do we feel that there could be amendments made either at the TAG level or amendments made in the public process at the council level, and then we move forward on what action we want to take. If that's, essentially what has happened, in my opinion, is that the legislature has given them a new authority to the TAG. It's a responsibility, right? So I just want to make sure that we're taking that seriously. Obviously we are, and then documented it thoroughly. So go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, Tim, I appreciate the comment. I was not interpreting Todd's comments that way, which is, obviously we are in the first time through the code cycle after the legislation. So we're trying to figure out exactly the process. I continue to believe that a lot of these, there has to be the ability, and the full council does have the ability to make modifications to these proposals. They have to, otherwise, why would we ask for public comment? So these proposals are going to move forward. The ones that we have moved forward are going to move forward for additional public comment and potential modifications. As Todd said, they may or may not get pushed back down to the tags for our consideration. But so if we are unanimous that, particularly if one of these proposals is not technically accurate, I think that's what the technical advisory group is here for, is to make sure that these proposals are technically accurate. And larger decisions about whether they should or shouldn't be adopted really land, in my opinion, with the full council. But so I think what Todd's suggesting is if we're going to deny something, we need to be really clear and understand that the proposal will not move forward. And so if it is we're okay with this, but it needs work in these areas, I don't know that we as a group want to completely shut those proposals down. If we think that it's a valid proposal, it has, continues to need to be modified and updated.
Okay, thank you, Roger. Josh?
Yeah, I was curious, hearing all the scenarios we're kind of laying out. It seems to me what would make the most sense is if there's something that is not unanimously passed, but is approved to be recommended to the full council, that would be the right time to be documenting, hey, there was opposition and here's what that opposition was. And maybe there's a point where we say, hey, if we unanimously decide this proposal shouldn't go through, then it just doesn't go through. I would have thought, just at face level, not being very experienced in this, that it would have been, hey, if majority of the tag says we don't recommend moving it forward. It just dies there. If not everyone agrees, we put in the caveats of, hey, this was the concern. Maybe it makes sense to, once we completely reject, to say, hey, this is why we rejected this. I don't know if that's an appropriate path. Just kind of seems to me that the biggest key would be, if our job is to be the technical advisors, we're advising why there was a concern, why we're either not passing it, or why there was maybe some split decisions and strong opposition. So I don't know exactly what the answer is, because I'm not familiar with all the process, but it seems like from a common sense standpoint, our job should be to say, this is the proposal that we didn't recommend to council, and this is why. But I guess that doesn't quite work with what you said. So now I'm rambling. I'll let you guys get back to it, but just, it seems like it should be pretty simple. Just communicate our technical advice as the technical advisory group.
I think you are saying the same thing, Josh, I hope. And that last vote to deny comes with a reason. And then you make that specific reason why you feel it doesn't deserve to go on to more public process with the council. And that absolutely is within the authority of the tag to do so.
So out of curiosity, should we do that, and we've agreed we denied it, and we submit with a reason, does it still get heard at that point?
No, that's why it's a new sledgehammer that we want to use carefully if we use it. That's the new RCW that was passed last year. We can pull it up if everyone wants to make sure they're familiar with what we're talking about. But do you have that, Dustin? Pull up 19.27033.
Give me one.
It might be worth just to look at it for.
Plus, it's good for the other people that are not part of the tag, so they can also have a look at it too, just in case.
I realize I'm talking fast with assuming everyone understands where that new, I'm calling it authority because I think it is. So at the bottom there, this is the RCW. This is state law that defines what a technical advisory group is and what we do, right? Should all look familiar. This is the new one that was added in that reference down below in 2024. So a petition for amendment referred to a tag must be approved by a majority of the technical advisory group voting members to be taken up for consideration by the State Building Code Council. We've talked about this at the full council to make sure that we understand what a petition is. We used to kind of loosely call some of these petitions proposals. It effectively means the same thing, but now that it's in state law, this is a petition. We went through with legal and made sure we understand that, yes, a petition means these proposals that are submitted. So anyway, I won't get into the weeds on what there's other definition of petition for the council, but okay. So with that, is anyone in opposition? Is everyone okay with that? We'll try it. See how we do. Okay. Okay. Let's go to the agenda item then 4, which is our first. Remember, we're going to go through the IEBC petition 049. And I think I saw Julius there. Thank you.
Hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I'm Julius Carrion, structural engineer with City of Bellevue, and I'm representing WABO TCD in this proposal. So the proposed amendment to IEBC sections 502.1 and 1101. So one is for work area and the other is for the prescriptive portion of the IEBC. Is to clarify risk category assignments for building additions and their impact on the existing structures. So historically, users relied on the IBC for guidance for risk category because the IEBC lacked explicit provision for risk category for risk category classification. But in the 2024 IEBC, the risk category provision has been introduced, but only relating to different occupancy addition. So we felt like there are gaps remaining to be addressed, especially for additions concerning similar occupancy. So this proposed amendment address those gaps. So for structurally independent additions. So these are all just pointers to the IBC. So there's no, it's mainly clarification that the user should use. Go to the IBC. So structurally independent addition, go to section 1604.5.1 of the IBC. For structurally dependent addition, you combine the addition and the existing and determine the risk category. Again, pointer to the table in the IBC. So this proposal propose an exception to provide flexibility for small additions. So if it's less than 10% of the building area or added occupant load, the exception allows the existing building to remain in that risk category. So that's the summary of the proposal, and I'm happy to answer any question if there is.
Thank you, Julius. Go ahead, Hoyt.
Yeah, just one question I wanted to ask, just to see where it says, where you said the 10%, when the increase in the building area or increase in occupant load due to the addition of less than 10% of the building area, is that when you do something on the inside of the building and you're not expanding the building, are you talking the overall area increase of the building? So if you have a, let's say a 100,000 square feet, right? And you put, 1,200 square feet inside the building, or you add 1,200 on the outside of the building. I'm just curious how when you read that, how you would, because it says addition, it doesn't say anything about if it's in the interior of the.
Yeah, so again, that can be interpreted many ways, but the concept is the building addition, the added floor area is I think the baseline, right? If you have 1,000 square feet or 10,000 square feet, you're adding 10,000 square feet, 1,000 square feet, so that 10%. So but if it's work on interior, Hoyt, I think it's an alteration. It's not part of the addition, but
Okay, just wanted to ask it just to be sure I'm reading it the same way. Just thought I'd ask that question. So.
Okay, thank you, Hoyt. John, did you fall off?
No, Julius answered what I was
Oh,
gonna say.
okay. Josh, same?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Any other questions for Julius? Okay, would anyone entertain a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve this amendment because it adds clarity to the code, how you would interpret a risk category for existing buildings.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Mike, I'll second.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, any other tag discussion? Okay, go ahead, Julius.
I just realized there's a slight inconsistency in the exception that I did for 502 and the section 11, so that the numbering in the exception can be deleted. It should be just exception and then that yep. I think for consistency. Thank you.
Okay. Hoyt, are you okay with that amendment?
That doesn't change my,
Yeah.
I mean,
Understood.
Doesn't change
Mike?
it, so.
Confirmed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no other discussion, it's been moved and seconded that petition 049 as amended on the screen here is recommended for approval by the full council. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? With that, 049 is recommended for approval. Thank you, Julius.
Thank you.
Agenda item 5 is petition 075.
Okay.
So we submitted this as a tag. Do we have a proponent, or Dustin, do you want to?
It's got my name on
Anyone-
it, but I don't remember drafting this one.
Yeah.
I
So I
think with you, when I read this,
Go
I
ahead.
think you were just trying to put in that you also want to incorporate the residential part.
Right.
It's good because the 5111C is all for commercial, but you could also have for an R occupancy where you need to meet the residential part. So I think that's all you were doing is what I
That's all
remember.
that's in here, and then, and that's in my reason statement, should reference both residential and commercial codes, so, small modification.
Vaguely remember. Any questions? Okay, is there a motion?
This is
Go ahead,
Hoyt. I make
Micah.
a motion. Oh,
Howie, one second, we'll let Micah comment here.
Should this be an or and not an and? It's not going to comply with both. It would comply to one or the other.
That might be advisable. Everyone agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, wait, now, wait, we can entertain a motion.
I make a motion to move this forward to the full council
Thank you.
with approval. And the amendment with or.
Yeah, we'll cover. Is there a second?
This is Tim. I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded that petition 075 as amended on the screen is recommended for approval by the full council. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, with that, 075 is recommended for approval. Agenda item 6 is petition 076 of the IEBC. So it also is
Another
from
one that I did that I don't
the
remember doing.
tag, yep.
So I drafted this one on behalf of TAG. It's a TAG item, and IBC and IFC currently have the same language, which is a language added here except for self-service storage facilities not greater than 1 story above grade plan, where all storage spaces can be accessed directly from exterior. The tag felt like the IEBC should add or update the language to prevent conflicts. And that's why this proposal is proposed.
Great. Thank you for that, Leah. Any questions on that recommendation? Go ahead, Tim.
No question per se, but I am kind of thinking that maybe we could just reference either the IFC or the IBC in this section versus that, just for correlation moving forward. My thoughts are when that changes or if that changes, if that's going to create, kind of this tracking provision where now we got to change 3 different sections of the code. So that was my thoughts, is saying something to the effect of except as permitted in the IFC or International Fire Code versus being specific.
With that approach, would you reference any section or just the codes in general?
The first thing that came to my mind was just the code in general. So it would just quite simply say except for as allowed by the International Fire Code.
Okay.
Would you do that as like A and B, 1 or 2 or whatever? No, not, you don't want to do 2, but so this exception right here is for item number 3. Okay. It's not for item 1 or 2, or the way I've always read it. So There's some other experts on there, but that exception applies for item 3, correct? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It's not, is that how everyone else reads it? That's how I read it.
Yes.
Let's get some input from John here and Roger.
To answer White's question, I believe it's only relevant to item 3.
Okay.
I mean, that's certainly the way it's drafted here. I had a different comment just about formatting. I don't know if you want to take that now or you want to.
Yeah, let's cover it.
Okay. 2 things. One is that two options. One would be to put a instead of making it a separate sentence, put a comma and make it part of the first sentence. The other would be to make it an actual exception. It's a little weird to have the charging language and then accept that right in the same language. It sometimes happens, but just a thought for formatting.
That makes sense. Would you, John, would your recommendations be different depending on the approach we take, whether it's copy and paste like this or referencing?
If you're going to point to the code, to the IFC, it might be a little different. Yeah, you could probably you would keep it in the same sense except as permitted by the IFC or whatever, however you end up doing that. Yes.
Okay, thank you, John. Roger?
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of putting it as a comma. It reads more correct to me, but I'm going to leave that to the code writing experts. But Tim's comment about bringing in the IFC reference, it does say in the sentence at the top, sprinkler system in accordance with the International Building Code. So is that enough to keep you from having to go back through and making sure that we don't get into a reference challenge in the future or not? Or should that, or
we could make it the IBC, so except for as permitted in the International Building Code. The International Building Code pulls it from the fire code, so I thought the fire code might have been the more applicable, but you're right. It would create inconsistency with the overall section.
I'm just wondering if you could if the reference to the IBC up above covers what you are looking for down below, and again, maybe not.
Yeah, with that concept, maybe you could even we shouldn't even put this in there because it already says in accordance with the International Building Code where any of the following conditions exist.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ken, please.
Okay, so we have more problems. So the 24 code for Group S1 upholstered furniture mattresses, it was revised to say the fire area where the area used for the storage of upholstered furniture, not just the occupancy, but just the area used exceeds 2,500 square feet, because it was being too restrictive if the building was just 2,500 square feet. So it would actually have to be the area. So this is more than just adding the exception that's in 903.2.9.4 of the fire code. This is more restrictive in the existing building code than it is in the actual building code or fire code. I don't know if anybody follows what I'm trying to say here, but it was purposely changed in the fire and building code to say where the area used for storage. So if you want to clean this up, we should really look at all of these, the F1, the M, the S1, and clean it up, in my opinion. But
to be consistent with the 2024, are we missing the step here where we need to correlate the language first?
I believe so. I think that we should be looking at doing that first before we add the exception in. So my recommendation is this needs some more work, but that's just me.
Okay.
And
do
what
others
section
agree
of
that
fire code is that we're looking at?
I'm looking at the 24 edition of the fire code.
But which section?
903.2 903.9.4. 903.2.9.4.
Okay, I'm pulling it up for everybody here.
Yeah, because this, just letting you know, this is what it says in the 904 in the 2024 IEBC. So just in the existing building code. I would have thought I thought the IFC was pretty much for a new building, right? I mean, does it actually deal with it in a existing buildings, or under the specifically of this case? I could be wrong on that, but I'm not in the IFC all the time.
We switched back to the proposal. I believe that change was made to the change of occupancy section. So yeah, 904. So the IEBC, which is basically pulling over the references from the IBC and IFC for when you change the occupancy to now have a M, F1 or S1 with upholstered furniture.
So in terms of actual content, we're saying that the IFC language is better, it has the same intent? Or does it change the intent? Go ahead, Mike.
I think the proposal does clarify, and it's, you know, what we're talking about here is the IEBC alterations level 3, and then the exception, though it may be worded, you know, where it's not quite the same format as the code, it does at least recognize the exception in the 24 code under 903.2.9.4. So I think it's good, even though I think you could get there without the amendment, simply because in accordance with the International Building Code is there, but I think it is a good, clear pointer. I think it's helpful.
Okay. Ken?
Yeah, I thought I was going to say something. I just want to make sure, are we talking about level? This you're showing 904 for alterations level 3, correct?
Well, this is the IFC that I'm showing on the screen.
No, I meant on the left-hand side of your existing
On
building.
the left-hand side, it's 904.1.3, the specific.
Yeah, it's level 3. It's level 3. Yeah, you're to answer your question, it's level 3.
So again, the I think maybe the problem was, I'm sorry, it might be in the level 2 alterations section that we're missing. That maybe we need. No, I'm sorry. I got the two mixed up. I don't see it in here now.
No, it would be level 3 because level 2 doesn't get into the chapter 9. So.
Okay.
So.
I would agree with Hoyt on that too, because the level 2 alterations wouldn't trigger the fire protection system if one did not exist.
That's correct.
But
unless you amend it.
But again, I'm just trying to say that the existing building code is more restrictive than the actual building code, because the code on the right says fire area, right? I just want to make sure we're not making it more restrictive than the National Building Code than it is in the base code, in the fire code or building code. That's my only concern.
So here's the fire code language.
So Ken, are you suggesting that the exception should read a group S1 fire area used for the storage of upholstery?
It's where it says where the area used for storage. And in the existing building code, it says the occupancy used. So if my area, if my building's exceeds 2,500 square feet, and I just have any amount of upholstered furniture, I have to sprinkler. So in the fire code and building code, what we did is we made sure we changed it to the area used for the storage exceeds 2,500 square feet. So that was a problem. That's the reason that code change went through at the national level, was to clean that up, because it's the actual area in a building being used and not the entire occupancy. And if
You're
we
saying an
keep it
amendment's
as
needed
it's written
here.
now, we don't have that word area in there. And it would be for any building. And I don't want to don't put fire area in there, because that's gonna confuse things, because this is all about work area in the existing building code. It should be where the area used. So the S1, I mean, you're gonna have to refer S1 occupancy, or in an S1 occupancy, and the area used for storage of upholstered furniture and mattresses. And that would correspond more to what you have on the right-hand side. And then, like John said, put in the exception the right way. But
Leah?
Sorry, I have a meeting at 2. I have to leave, just letting you know.
Okay, thank you. Dustin, we still at 8, right?
Yes, we're still good on that one.
Okay. Thank you, Leah. Okay, to move forward on this one, do we want to table it and make sure we have this right? Or do you want to do this on the fly and we feel like we can get there?
I think we could get there.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we get there too. What I would recommend, this is just Hoyt, why just say exactly what it says right here. Just copy it. S1, where it says S1 occupancy. Correct me if I'm wrong. Could you just say, just copy what it says out of the fire code right there? Sedona shall be provided throughout an S1 fire area where they're used for storage right there. Can you just use that sentence in the same thing or not?
I think Ken was concerned about the fire area. Ken or John?
He wants a fire area. He wants a fire area in there. So do you want
No.
it and area? Oh, you don't want the fire area. You want S1 occupancy and the area. And so you're saying the area of the S1, right? That has a fire area in that area. So what if you have an S1 occupancy and your fire area is not the full S1 occupancy?
Well, I think that's Ken's point, is that according to the fire code, if the fire area holding upholstered furniture or mattresses is less than 2,500 square feet, the sprinkler system's not triggered. But if he's talking fire area for the area storing the mattresses and furniture versus the whole building. And
that's correct.
Sure that we're not breaking out the whole building in the existing building code, which would be more restrictive than what's in the fire code of just a larger fire area for just the furniture and mattresses.
Okay, let's go to John.
Just to answer Hoyt's question, it would not work to pull that over from a grammar standpoint. It's where any of the following conditions exist. That's why it has to be slightly modified grammatically. You can't just say you're already triggering the sprinkler system in the charging sentence, and so you don't need to say that again in item 3. So whatever you're doing here, I think works, except again, format the exception.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now that I look at the whole part. So.
Okay, Tim.
So my comment is we add the same highlighted provision and the area after M occupancy and after F1 occupancy in items 1 and 2.
That was my next comment too. Yep.
And then I think we're good to go with the reformatting of the exception, and it seems to address everyone's concerns. I was leaning towards a pointer, but this is verbatim when you see it back to back. It's what it says in the fire code. So it's just something we'll have to keep up on moving forward if it changes.
Does the format of the exception, it would be indented, right, to make sure that it's understood that's only 3? I don't know. Go ahead, Roger, or Tim, if you had more. Sorry.
I'm just going to, I mean, I hear what everybody's saying, and I believe that it should be where the area rather than and the area, which is what it says over on the right. So a group F occupant, F1 occupancy where the area used for manufactured. Am I correct?
That's the way that's the way I'd like to see it. So it says the same way. But that makes more sense to me. So
Not the fire area thing that people were confused with, but I think it's where the area used for the storage of upholstered furniture.
But doesn't that bring it back to the whole building, which was Ken's concern? I don't know.
I think that it identifies that the area used for the storage of upholstered furniture or mattresses exceeds 2,500.
Okay. Mike?
Yeah, I think that works, where the area used, because I think what Ken's getting at is, let's say you have a 1,000 square feet of mattresses in a 4,000 square feet room. The fire area is 4,000 square feet. The area of the mattresses is 1,000. And I think that's the whole point that Ken was getting at. I think this works for that. And then as another note, the indentation of the exception is probably correct. But then even if people confuse that with 1 and 2, it wouldn't matter, because you wouldn't have a self-service storage facility in an F1 or an M. So it almost lends itself as, you know, it can really only apply to 3. So I think that's good too, in the fact that it won't add additional confusion. I like it the way it is on the screen right now. I think that looks good.
Okay, and when an exception is written like that, shouldn't it be a sentence, or can it be a fragment like that?
The code is a little inconsistent on that. I prefer complete sentences, but everything today pretty much goes in as sentence fragments.
Well, even that little change. Okay, thank you, John. Even that change made more sense to me. That's just done there. Okay, that helps, John. Okay. Are we there?
So this is Tim. I'd be willing to make a motion to send this on to the council as seen on the screen now.
I second that.
Okay, Tim, then Hoyt. Any other discussion? It's been moved and seconded that petition 076 as amended and shown on the screen is recommended to the full council for approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? With that, petition 076 is recommended for approval.
And then
Okay,
I would,
thank you.
if you want a reason for that to be consistent with the fire code, and it says it down there, just when you're going to the full council, exactly what the
Okay.
reason statement down below. Sounds like that's
Yeah, that-
important to make sure we're able to point that out if people ask us questions. So.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that was healthy. Let's go to item 7, which is 077.
Todd, if I can interrupt, this is Bill Mavish. I just joined the meeting.
Thank you, Bill. Back to +1.
All right, here's 077, which this is also one Leah did, I believe. So I'll get in here, and it's another one where we're trying to reference both the commercial and residential energy code, and looks like the and to or should be appropriate on this one as well. And this one is level 3 alterations. And I believe the previous one was for level 2 alterations.
Okay. Are there any questions on this one? What is this, 907.1?
Yes. Just
And what was the last one?
That one was
904.
809.
Okay. Hey, no questions. Is there a motion?
This is Tim. I'd make a motion that we approve this and send it to the full council.
Thank you, Tim.
Second.
Okay. Any other discussion? It's been moved and seconded that 077 as amended on the screen be recommended for approval by the full council. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, with that motion, petition 077 is recommended for approval. Petition, let's see, gentlemen, okay, now we're jumping into, nope, one more IEBC. Agenda item 8 is petition 078. This one's also by the tag, section
This one's also
1002.
Leah did most of the proposals in the IEBC. And we're looking, the intent of this proposal is to clarify what is required when an existing group I1 has partial change of use within the facility. It's not reasonable for a small change of use to trigger a major renovation to create smoke compartments. This is consistent with the Healthcare Committee proposal for alterations in these facilities. And so she's adding a second exception to section 1002.3 in the IEBC. And I don't have a whole lot more background on it than that.
So I think technically we have to, it just doesn't do it the format. We'd add the underline under the one. And that's obvious to everyone, but it's okay.
Oh, I gotcha. It's a little hard to get these auto format
Yeah, just
underline.
as long as everyone understands that. And then and then technically the 1.1 1 is also an addition, right? But the prefix to each one of those. Anyway, that's just formatting. So just as long as everybody understands that. Okay. Yeah. Anything in terms of the technical content, though.
So we do inspect the service. I always recommend.
Go ahead, Tim. I'm sorry.
Could we scroll up? I just want to see what that overall section's about in the International Existing Building Code. And my only concern is, we're changing the change of use section, and we're saying that they don't have to comply with the International Building Code, but it sounds like we're wanting it to be limited to just a smoke barrier. So I'm just trying to make sure we're consistent.
Isn't that what
I'm a little
the
confused.
2024 says that already?
It does.
That's what I'm wondering too. Is this already in the 2024?
Yeah, I can't see the difference. Maybe I'm missing something.
No, I was asking the same thing.
Yeah.
So this is to bring that change into the existing state amendment.
So maybe it's not necessary that we could have done this during correlation, right?
Well, so as part of our significant changes in existing amendments reports, we identified this section as having an existing state amendment that if we maintain that amendment, it will not, we decided that bringing in exception number 2 there would be good for Washington when we put those reports together. And so this just shows bringing new model code language into the existing amendment, and I don't see anything else with that one being changed.
Okay, so did everyone understand that? Oh, go ahead, Micah.
Let the tag members go first. They probably say what I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Roger.
I'm a little, I don't know, we've done that in other places, have we? I mean, this, basically what the code says now in the 2024, says exactly what is asking to be changed. I didn't think we did that. I don't.
There's a couple other places that we've done it. There's been some places where just removing it based on the existing code language, replacing. So the places where we're not addressing that is where the new code language matches up with the existing state amendment. This one, if we decided to maintain that state amendment without bringing this language in, this is just kind of a formality where we decided that during the reports phase of our process that we needed to bring this new language in to be consistent with the new model code and updating there.
I thought John Williams brought this through. I could be wrong, remember wrong, but I thought he put this through on the national level, and that's why I got it accepted.
He
So
very well
say-
might have, but
Yeah.
this was talked about early on, and we just asked Leah to draft the change of the new model code language against the WAC.
Dustin, maybe it would help to bring up the 2021 Washington Code so people can see what you're talking about. That
Gotcha.
We're getting rid of amendment. A Washington.
Oh, God, I'm sorry then, if that's all we're doing.
It took me a second to get that way.
Yeah.
Well, no, we're not getting. I guess we are, and we're not. There, I think the existing state amendment is somewhere up here in the top where it references the WAC or residential treatment facility under 246.377.
Oh, I see. Then I'm wrong. Okay.
And so this one, let me.
Oh, then I'm sorry, I was looking at your item number 2 that was underlined. You're
Yeah.
just talking about putting in the WAC. Oh, never mind then. Forget what I was saying. It's my mistake. I was thinking.
Exactly. That's the
I was
issue.
thinking the
Not to-
wrong.
Not to
so-
speak out of turn, but yeah, there's an added sentence in the state in our current amendment. And so I think this new amendment is just to bring in the 24 language so that we're not overriding the 24, what changed in the 24 section. But we need to keep the amendment because that part, the International Building Code shall apply to group I1, yada, yada, is the code amendment that needs to be retained.
Okay.
Yes.
I apologize. I was misreading what it was saying. So
I think we're starting to understand it all. Okay, Roger.
Well, I almost put my hand down. So we are making a modification to the WAC.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure that, I mean, doesn't it say up there that we are making a modification to the IEBC?
I mean, that's the code it's going into.
Okay.
But yeah, so some of these are, I think there's been, we're supposed to be clearly state if it's modifying an existing amendment or modifying the model code.
Okay.
That's not necessarily clearly stated on this one.
Okay. So it is an existing amendment that we are modifying. I got it. And
Would it help if I modified the amend, or if I put in here existing WAC language at some point, just and modify the proposal document in that spirit?
I
think we're starting to get it.
I think that it would, because if, when somebody from staff 2 weeks from now is trying to figure out exactly what we're doing, it probably would make it quicker for them.
Tim, did you? And Micah,
I answered my questions.
Okay.
I'm okay. I really appreciate them trying to modify the WAC here. However, this just goes to reiterate the issues with the WAC language. This happens in other places. We're not fixing it. One of those is going to be in 1107 under the accessible EV parking stuff. So there's a lot of this occurring, and I'm not sure if we want to continue to try to capture that and modify all the WACs that are this way. That'd be great. However, we just need to get the WAC changed. I know Dustin's working on that on top of everything else. So thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if we think we understand this, do we have a motion?
This is Tim. I'd make a motion to approve and send on to the full council.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Tim. Then Hoyt. Okay, any other discussion? So it's been, let's see, it's been moved and seconded that 078 be recommended. I don't think we amended it, did we? To
We
the full.
amended the proposal document, but we didn't amend any of the code language here. This
Okay.
is the amendment right
Okay.
here. So I am
So we'll just
creating
say,
provision, but there's no code language change.
yeah. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that 078 be recommended as shown on the screen to the council for approval. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, 078 is recommended for approval. Okay, now we're at 215, which is good. Let's move into the EVs now. The first EV is the one we heard last week, which is still in the IEBC. And when we revisit this, you remember we have 3 EV that are similar coming up in 10, 11, and 12, but this one actually is different. So let's hear this individually. Is that everyone else's interpretation? I think Dustin, you said that earlier too, right?
Yeah, this one just points us back to the section we're talking about with all the other 3.
So we can bring up all of them together and start talking about them and then take action on this individually if you need a refresher what it's pointing to. Anyone have any thoughts on this? Do we need to take action on 429 first on the IBC? Or can
No,
we make this reference to, I don't think so, right? We can take action on the existing pointer, right? Go ahead, Patrick.
I don't really mind what order we do it, but I just thought it might be helpful if we pull up the RCW first, just to give the tag members a review of what that requirement is before we start getting into the code language stuff.
You want to show the EV RCW?
Yeah.
That's okay, yeah. Go ahead, Tim.
I think the question's null and void now, but you were kind of asking if we needed to, and I don't think we do need to hear the other provisions first. So I think we could take action on this and then proceed with those.
You're right, I just contradicted myself. You're right, Tim. Go ahead, Mike.
I would agree with Tim because
Okay.
this one is just a pointer. It seems like this could be done and out of the way, and then the real debate over the technical pieces are in the other ones.
Okay. All right, let's do that. Okay, so we're hearing petition 123 right now, which is the IEBC pointer in section 908. Everyone remember discussing this last week?
Yes.
Okay. And what we're saying is it says it's going to point to section 429 of the IBC, which is what we're going to talk about next with 3 different proposals. Are there any questions or does someone want to make a motion if we're ready?
I make a motion to approve this as submitted to reference 429 of the IBC, which will be a new section for the state.
Okay, that's the motion. Tim, were you going to make a second? Patrick, I'll still recognize you if there's a second here.
No.
No, okay, Patrick, why don't you go ahead then?
Yeah, my understanding is that this is going to increase requirements for existing buildings that's not currently there. I went back and reviewed the RCW, and the RCW only requires 429. That's that section, that code that the council came up with for new buildings. And I have concerns with the proposal as it's written that it could create a really big cost barrier for residential projects that if they happen to be making an alteration that's more than that falls into that grade 3 category, if it's like more than 50%, even if it doesn't have anything to do with their parking spaces or the panels or stuff required for that they would have to then add on this cost for that, which if they haven't done it already, that could be to the tunes of tens of thousands of dollars in terms of cost, especially if they have to go through and redo their parking lot. And because the law doesn't, I think there's issues with the RCW, but we can't change that. And there's issues with the code section as it is. So to increase this really far beyond what the original intent of the legislation is, I think is a really bad idea, especially when it's going to increase costs for residential construction in the middle of a housing crisis. I have major concerns with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. I'm going to recognize Tim next, but also if someone along the way here can just remind everybody what a level 3 alteration is and that this is the section we're talking about. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was headed was, level 3 alteration is going to be if the work area exceeds 50%. So it could already be an existing apartment building where the work area exceeds 50%, and then that would now trigger full compliance with the current electric vehicle charging requirements, which I think there is room for maybe some compliance, but because they don't have to comply with the full RCW here, in my mind, it seems like a pretty far reach. So I would love to hear if the proposal or the proponent is here, because I thought Ross was on the call. Maybe he could give us some background on why they were trying to get this established now.
Was it Ross or was it Kathleen? I don't remember.
It's Kathleen right now.
Okay. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi, everybody. Thanks very much. Kathleen Petrie from King County. And so really, the intent of the 3 proposals is to ensure that there is that infrastructure in order to comply with the zero emission requirements that are coming up very swiftly, whereby we have inadequate infrastructure. And so the intent of 2 of the proposals are to impact and increase EV ready and EV capable number spaces, not EV installed, in new construction, and then only impact level 3, substantially improved buildings. And if you look at, we have access to Construction Monitor, which is a database of permits issued across Washington state, and you're looking at the number of, I was looking at data for 2023, and the number of apartments was less than 700 that were constructed new, and the number of commercial buildings across Washington state were less than 1,000. And so, with respect to the EV and EV capable, really we're looking at not a tremendous amount of impact. Alterations, it's more challenging because, you are, the data just doesn't exist. We've not been able to find it anywhere. How many buildings would this really impact? But if you start looking at the amount of new construction that's done each year and the numbers of buildings and what is the percentage of that's truly going to be impacted? And so I'd probably point back to jurisdictions and say, in your jurisdiction, how many of these buildings are we really talking about? But what they are doing is providing valuable infrastructure for, in particular, renters that, very quickly we're coming upon space whereby gas engines are phasing out and you need a place to charge your vehicle, and it's complicated currently in today's infrastructure realm, and it's just going to be becoming increasingly so. So there's some of that background. Yeah, and so I'm not exactly sure, Todd and others, how to proceed forth. Really, what we wanted to come here today with is we complied with the life cycle cost analyses. So you see those cost impacts, and for sure, with respect to this proposal, there is impact. But we also came with data associated with infrastructure, and that's really where I think either I can share it now, excuse me, or I can share it in the next 2 proposals, where that information is probably key in making all of these decisions. So
that's helpful, Kathleen, and I think we can probably get into more of that technical piece on the next one and focus here on whether it should, that section as is, because that's where we are right now. This would simply point to the current version of section 429. So really we should talk about, but thank you, Kathleen. It helps set up all of this discussion. Okay, go ahead, Micah.
Thanks for bringing this forward. This is a tough one for me. I think there's a lot of components of this that aren't being addressed. I really appreciate the cost information, but I think the proposal is lacking some very important parts of the existing building code. especially when we're talking about work area. Tim mentioned that and what that means. But then we get into the additional cost that's not believed is addressed when you're looking at all compliance methods, is that you have to spend a portion of that on accessibility. So with this added cost, you're also going to add cost for accessibility requirements, which I think is a great thing. Don't get me wrong, make buildings more accessible. But then I think it gets into the more the gray area of the code when you come up against areas of technical infeasibility. And that's part of the existing building code. And where does this land with that? Again, who determines that? How is that determined for this particular item? I don't think it is vetted fully yet. At this point, you're saying that it's got to meet new. And I just really think there's some holes in this, even though it's a simple code change, which I really like. But I think there's some areas of the existing building code that this would much further impact beyond section 9. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Micah. Hoyt?
Yeah, the way I look at this is you're putting it into the level 3. You're already doing stuff for structural. You're already doing stuff for some energy you have the emergency responder communications you have to put in too. I think this is electrical vehicle charging stations are not clear in the code right now. I think this is a perfect time to actually put this in from when it's being adopted. And I actually think when you get to a level 3, I don't think this should be an item that should be addressed, that should be added to the code for the infrastructure to be put in there for electrical vehicle charging. You go over just a few years ago, there wasn't as many electrical vehicles. There's more and more and more on the road. And I think it's time, by the time this code gets adopted, that we get that in there. And for a level 3 alteration, this seems like the perfect time to put this in. And I think in our state, we should implement this. So.
Okay, thank you, Hoyt. Roger?
Yeah, I have 2 things. The first is I've had conversations with Patrick about people referencing RCWs in these meetings. And I always have a concern about looking at one piece of the RCW and making sure we're not taking it as the full RCW. So I went back and I looked, and yes, in 2A, it says capability at all new buildings that provide on-site parking. So I'm assuming that's Patrick is where he's referring to new buildings only. However, down in 3A, if you can go down, it says that rules adopted under this section must exceed the specific minimum requirements established under subsection 2 of this section for all types of residential and commercial buildings, to the extent necessary to support the anticipated levels of zero emission vehicles use. So I would suggest, again, I'm not an attorney, that the all types of residential and commercial buildings could certainly include existing residential and commercial buildings. So I am not convinced the direction on this one either. I just would prefer or suggest that people don't make their decision based on the suggestion that this should only be new buildings, because I think that under section 3, it certainly could be applied to all types of residential and commercial buildings, including existing. My second point is I want to remind everybody that this is the technical advisory group, and I am not sure that we are necessarily the group that is tasked with making sure that we interpret the RCWs correctly and making these kinds of decisions. And in fact, in my opinion, the next 3 that we're going to talk about for EV chargings are the same. I have the same opinion. If this is a technical, from a technical perspective, if this is a proper proposal or proper addition to the existing building code. However, there is concern as to the cost, and there is concern, does this meet section 2 of the RCW or section 3 of the RCW? We are required to exceed the minimum requirements if that's required to support the anticipated levels of zero emissions vehicles. So My suggestion and my opinion is that this group should opine on the technical aspects of this. And then move it on up to the state building code, where theoretically the state building code will first have this point of consideration, and I'm assuming that this would be part of the motion that is made is to approve it, but then to have the state building code council consider both the cost impact and whether that cost impact is appropriate under section 3A. The state building code council then can first decide to put it into the CR 102, in which case we're then going to open it up to public comment as to whether this should apply to level 3 alterations. So my suggestion is this group, is this a technically accurate proposal? We all understand that there is questions, concern about, is it adding cost? Is that cost appropriate? Where it fits under item 3. I suggest that it is the state building code council that it's their job to determine that. And then the process that we will go through this as the state building code council is to get full public comment. And per Todd's comment up above, those people that are interested in this particular topic and have called into the state building code council are aware of it. I am sure that there are a whole lot of people out in the state that would have an opinion about this. And I don't think that we as a tag are limiting the public input by only allowing those people on this call to consider this. So I think we should move it forward with the caveat that it needs to be considered and put it out for full public comment throughout the state.
Okay, thank you, Roger. Mike.
Well, I've got to remember what I was thinking here now. A couple different parts of this. First, I want to strongly agree with Micah's comments. I think he's correct in his assessment of these. Two, from a technical aspect, I do think that the tags are charged with looking as to see whether the amendments, satisfy the specific requirements of the state. That's part of what the tag does with amendments is, there has to be a rationale for state amendments, one of which is there something unique in the state that drives it? In this case, yes, there is something unique. We've got the RCW that has this. And so therefore we have amendments that are there for the specific purpose of satisfying that unique requirement of the state. Now, and I too will have kind of a common theme of my thought is that our current amendments do satisfy the state requirements. So I think changing what we currently have is not technically necessary. I think it is it's a push to get increased, but it does increase the cost. And I think it pushes it beyond what the RCW is requiring us. Third, I think the real reason I raised my hand is from a code writing technical piece of this proposal, I think, doesn't do what the proponent wants it to do. This won't really add the requirement to level 3 alterations, because when you refer it back to section 429 of the International Building Code, section 429.1 reads, the provisions of this section shall apply to the construction of new buildings and accessory structures, including parking lots and parking garages. So it's only going to apply in new anyway. So even if with a level 3 alteration, you make that pointer back to section 429, it's 429 only applies to new buildings or new parking lots and so forth. So in that regard, I think that the the proposal itself is flawed in its structure to based on what it's intending to do here. So in my opinion, I would be opposed to moving this particular one forward.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Patrick.
Yeah, some really good points brought up there. I think Michael brings up a really good point, but I do have a concern that the way it's written, it could be a building official could interpret it the way that Michael's talking about, but a building official could also interpret it and say, well, they intended to have this apply to alterations, so that's how they could enforce it potentially. And we're talking about the building code and existing building code is supposed to be a minimum requirement, and we're talking about the whole state. And so if you put this in, it forces all projects that hit this requirement to do that. And sometimes when you're dealing with alterations, there might be reasons why it doesn't make sense. It might be extremely cost prohibitive. So I've talked with owners of all types of buildings that when it comes to retrofitting, you can really start adding up the cost on things. And this proposal, I think, is just massively broad. It'd be a slightly different conversation if it was trying to more narrowly apply this to instances where it makes sense. If buildings are already, redoing their parking lot, already redoing some of their electrical requirements, it might be less costly to add in these things, but they could be doing something that doesn't relate to those. And the other thing I want to point out is I appreciate that King County's gone back and has included a life cycle cost analysis. However, the point of those is to compare the proposal to the current code. And what they've done is they compare part of their proposal to a hypothetical retrofit scenario. And right now, there's nothing that forces places to retrofit. Retrofitting is more expensive. But then with this proposal, they're sort of creating the problem to then justify the solution, to say, well, now everybody has to retrofit, so then let's increase the requirements for people to put it in now so it saves them money later. Buildings don't have to retrofit if it makes market sense for them, if there's incentives. I think local jurisdictions can also look at the needs in their area and make a local ordinance to do this. But for a statewide requirement, I don't think that this proposal is justified. And to what Roger brought up, saying that the tag should only consider the technical merits of the code and not consider compliance with RCW, the council literally just voted to have a tag consider proposals and review code for complying with RCW. So I think it's very appropriate to have tags consider RCWs, consider economic impacts. I've had other tags vote down proposals that would increase cost and they didn't think it was necessary for state requirement. So I think it's appropriate for tags to consider that and to make some judgment calls here so that the ones moving to CR 102 are more refined and those have the full throated support of the tags and the council and the committees that are solid proposals that they want to see move forward, not just moving it forward to get more public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, one of the, I guess, methods that I use when I'm evaluating these is trying to think of real world scenarios and what this would mean. And, when I look at this provision, it does create a conflict with what we're trying to do with reusing existing buildings. We have guidance that for embodied carbon, for all these other reasons, we want to reuse these existing buildings. And I feel like this pushes us further and further away from doing that because it'd be adding to the argument that it's cheaper to just tear the building down and start over. Granted, you would be complying with the electrical vehicle charging stations, so we get that one piece, but now we've just torn down a whole building, and by doing so, we're not meeting our other initiatives that we're having for the state. So I really feel like the existing building code is a compromise on a lot of different things, and without even seeing a reduction for this, I just don't know if I could vote in good conscience that we allowed something like this to go in. So I would think, if we wanted to do something for existing buildings, I would like to see a more robust proposal where we do talk about what if it's a substantial improvement, this won't trigger full seismic upgrading of the building? What if this is technically infeasible because the electricity is not available in that area of the state? At that point, then, what do you do? Just tear down the building again or not use it at all? So I just think there's too many problems with unanswered or unintended consequences that I couldn't get behind moving this forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. Hoyt?
Yeah, the one thing, I think maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but this is a level 3 alteration, the highest level you're actually going to be doing in the alteration in chapter 9. Okay. You're not going to be doing this in a level 2 or a level 1. And already in level 3, you got things with special use and occupancies. You got materials, fire protection. You're going to start sprinkling it. I think this is appropriate because that's what we're supposed to improve on, and it can add into the cost that you're spending to update because you got to spend a certain amount to the building to meet some of the new code. This actually gives you direction and says put in this is what I think is important. And I think it's the infrastructure for it. It's not saying actually putting in the electrical vehicle charging. You're just putting in the infrastructure. And here in Tacoma, and I think around the rest of the state, this is not a hard thing to accomplish as for new construction for the infrastructure. This was very complicated a few code cycles when we first started implementing this. And when you're talking about parking, it also counts for a lot of the costs you got to put in. So I actually disagree that this is that people are saying that we shouldn't be doing this now. Actually, I believe we should be doing this now, just because it is in the level 3 alteration. Now, if it was moving in the other ones, I wouldn't. But I think this is important, and this is the time that we should be implementing these things based on what the state, what is it, the council, or not the state, but the legislation has instructed us to try to accomplish over a period of time. So I hope people understand that difference. This is not for level 1 or level 2 that you're doing. This is only for level 3. And if I'm wrong on that, please correct me.
Thank you, Hoyt. Richard?
Hi, Richard Williams, representing myself. Yeah, just adding to what Hoyt was saying, I understand it's a level 3 alteration. However, you are talking potentially about portions of the site, of the building that would not be otherwise affected by that level 3 alteration. I mean, you're talking about the parking lot, which may not even be part of this thing. You're talking about electrical infrastructure. So it is above and beyond, while it's triggered by a level 3 alteration, it is potentially above and beyond the scope of the project as it would currently be required. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, anyone else?
You got Steve.
Oh, Steve, go ahead. Thank you. Can you hear us, Steve?
Steve, you're muted. And you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Okay, we'll come right back to you, Steve. Go to Brett first.
Great, thanks. Just following up on Hoyt's question and point, and this would be good for the applicant to respond to. With the pointer to 429, is the suggestion is that the entire section of electrical vehicle charging infrastructure should apply, so the 10%, 10%, and 10%. So that would require a level 3 alteration to put in all 3 levels of EV stalls, or is it just EV capable parking stalls like conduit?
If I may speak to that, yeah, this is Kathleen Petrie, King County. Yeah, excellent question. And it is referring to the entire table. So it would be installed chargers as well. If there was a modification to be made whereby it was EV ready and EV capable, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that.
So following up on that other point, so hitting areas of the site not impacted by the particular level 3. So if the level 3 renovation has nothing to do with the exterior of the building or parking or anything like that, this tag in would require 30% of the stalls to be made compliant based on that table, 429.2.
Yeah, I think that and I will have to go back and look at chapter 9 and how it's addressed with this similar situation in other modifications that are made to buildings whereby you have to comply with other components. We would probably do it in alignment with that. We could craft text for that for sure.
I think it's following somebody else's suggestion. I like the notion, which is following the existing building code, where bringing into full compliance is often a calibrated scale for challenging sites to allow, like accessibility. You're allowed to do different measures to meet the intent of the accessibility compliance. So I would look forward to an opportunity to have a way to do as best you can with the efforts of 429 without just directly applying the new building provisions that the statute now has.
Yeah, thank you, Brett. I appreciate the feedback. And this would be a point of clarification for TAG chair is how does one submit a revision at this point?
Well, it's thank you for bringing that up. And since we only first heard this last time, I think that is an action to take that we do still have time if we were to table this to allow the proponent to go propose revisions. And I think that would be, in my opinion, appropriate, but it's up to the tag to take that motion. And then go ahead, Hoyt.
Oh, I was going to say, while you're bringing that up, I would like to make a motion to table this so the proponent has a chance to add some clarifications on that for us to consider possibly adopting that. So if we can table it, I'm making a motion to table it.
Okay, okay, I heard Hoyt first and then a Brett second. Let me recognize Micah here, had his hand up.
Chair,
before the
point of
motion.
order.
Yeah.
There was an existing motion on the table made by Hoyt. Hoyt, are you withdrawing that first motion?
Yeah, I didn't
assume
know
so.
I didn't know I had an option to table it, to have the proponent work a little bit more on it. But from some of the confusions that people had when you have to apply this on some of the existing buildings and things like that, if they clarify that, I would like to revise my motion to this second motion to table this so it doesn't go down, because I do believe if my motion will go down and it'll fail, this will give the proponent to clean it up, to give it some of our feedback that people in here has concerns over it. So
Okay, sorry, I guess I forgot there was a motion on the table, so maybe more appropriately, you're withdrawing that motion.
yeah, and then I'm adding a new motion to table it.
Okay. Any parliamentarians here? Are we okay? All right, let's Micah, you're not gonna weigh in now? Okay, Roger, go ahead.
I pulled up the 2024 IEBC, and there is already a section 908 that got added.
Okay.
So just on the numbering, I'm double check that. I actually think it should end up being 909, but
yeah, we'll
so in
fix
correlation,
that
did we already?
correlation. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the emergency response thing that's in the 908. But yeah, that would be in the correlation time when
Okay, did
we go through.
I don't remember. Did we roll that in, right?
Yeah, so this is the current 908 is the emergency responder communication system. This
Okay.
one could editorially just be made 909.
Yeah, the one under consideration right now. We did
Correct.
in the previous action of the tag, did we recommend rolling in the 2024 model code here? I assume.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Okay, so that would be then a revision we can make. Go ahead, Mike. Mike, you're on mute if you're there. You go.
Yeah, I was just going to speak. I'd be opposed to tabling this because I don't think it can, I think the whole issue has been discussed, and I think there's a lot of opposition to it as well. So That, and I was just pointing out that I don't think there was ever a second on the motion, but
No
I
second.
believe
as of
Brett
yet.
did.
Yeah, I
Brett,
did.
Right.
Yes, I
Okay.
seconded.
Mike, I appreciate that input. I mean, I just want to err on the side, and I think we have in general with the IBC to make sure that we give the proponent, time, and I don't want to create artificial Russian. So it might be the same conclusion as you said there, Michael. But if it's let's bring it to a vote on the table. But I'll just weigh in there that in terms of process, trying to make sure we give plenty of opportunity for the development phase here, which is what we're doing. Go ahead, Patrick.
I just wanted to say, I don't think Steve got called on. I don't know if he fixed out his mic.
I don't know either.
Sometimes
Yeah.
the hand feature drops automatically.
Steve, did you?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Do you want to jump
Sure,
in?
just real quick. I've been kind of listening to this back and forth over the last couple of sessions, and I just have a couple of concerns. One of them is the references that are being used in terms of EV adoption rates are all dated like 2 to 3 years ago. I believe that slowed down considerably in the last year. And also, most of the vehicle manufacturers are no longer putting an emphasis on EVs. They're actually going back to internal combustion engines, which I think a Google search will show you that. And lastly, we're dealing with infrastructure. And I'm thinking we're almost close to a brownout situation here in the Pacific Northwest now. It may not be the best thing to be promoting more electrical use at this point until the infrastructure is in place. And also in terms of like building apartments for people to live in, that's great to do this kind of thing and to add the EV infrastructure, but keep in mind it's going to raise the cost of those apartments. So it's not really going to help affordable housing. It'll just go counter to that. I'm not saying that EVs are bad at all. I actually have 2 of them myself, but I just don't think it's a situation where we should be increasing the requirement or enforcing a stricter requirement when in fact the potential issues are not yet resolved, the underlying issues that I've already spoken about. So that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. I think we're probably getting a little bit into the next petitions, but I also want to recognize we have a motion on the table. So, but Tim, if you want to speak to that, we are in a motion in a second, so we should be focused on that, the table.
I'll vote in favor of the motion to table, as we have allowed other proponents to try to modify to bring it back. However, I just wanted to throw out there, consider also when you're doing those modifications anywhere where it talks about substantial improvement, because if the installation of this triggered the substantial improvement, that's just a big component of requiring full structural upgrades and a whole bunch of other requirements. Again, kind of on that vein of maybe not intending to require additional requirements by the code, you might need to add exceptions into all of those provisions or to that definition, or I don't know, somehow to resolve that.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Kathleen. So maybe that's something else to consider. Okay. Dustin, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to speak to the process we're maybe embarking on by tabling this. So we've been struggling meeting timelines to stay on track with our 2024 code adoption schedule. The way the vision for the rest of December is working at the moment is I'm really hoping to have the committee meetings next Friday and then the full council meeting the week after on the 20th. If we table this down the road, which I don't necessarily have a problem with the notion to do that, but as far as meeting our goals, I met with the members of BIAW to have a chat just to talk about what SBCC is doing. And one of the big things pointed out as a point of contention is the length of time we're giving the public to digest these proposals before our meetings. And so if we table this, we won't necessarily see the revision until Monday. I'm not sure how fast you could turn this over, Kathleen and Ross, but beyond Friday, we're not gonna see this till Monday. And we're looking at potentially having another IBC tag meeting on Monday or Tuesday. And if we don't get this out till Monday, we might need 2 meetings next week. And then we're really, if we go into Wednesday next week, we're really eating into the time that I'm really trying to have available for the public to have access to the final package for the committee meetings. Now, if we push the committee meeting out another week, that's okay. But the next week after that would be the week of Christmas. So I'm not going to schedule a full council meeting for the week of Christmas. And then the week after that, it pushes us out quite a bit further if we kick this can down the road. And I just want to make everybody aware that, you know, I really want to do better by the public to make sure that they get proper notice for the content of our meetings. And so if we go through halfway next week, I really am of a mind that it would be most appropriate to push everything out to later on in December. And it's just delaying the process a bit more. Now, that's all I wanted to bring up, is that I really want to do better by the public for noticing the meetings and having all the documents available more than just 24 hours before the meeting. And so that's what I wanted to say. And pushing this down the road while maintaining the current schedule is going to make that hard for me to do for these full packages for the committee and the council. And that's all I got.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, Dustin. I just want to weigh in that when we're making this decision to table, yes, that is very important. I also want to note that I believe this is our last petition. This is really our first hearing. We did hear it, but this first time the proponents had a chance. So I don't want to disadvantage a proposal that just came at the end and not have the same opportunity. So let's discuss it as a tag. But point noted, Dustin, thank you. Roger?
Yeah, I was going to say partially what Todd said, but I also, Dustin, want to comment. The tag meeting is not the only opportunity for public comment. And, you know, if we open the tag meeting up to public comment, and we probably will see that in the embodied carbon proposal. Again, we need to look at the technical aspects of this. Then it gets opened up in the CR 102 process for full public comment, and everybody can weigh into it. And the comment about you know, the speed with which the state is adopting electrical vehicles, it's a perfectly reasonable argument to have and public comment to be made. There is one bit of information shown on the proposal now. There are people that have differences of opinion about the speed of EV adoptions. That type of conversation should happen, the public comment period of the CR 102. If this is a technically accurate proposal, then we should move it forward and allow a full public comment, even for those people of the public that are not aware that we are considering this.
Okay. Thank you, Roger. Okay, we do have a motion in a second. Go ahead, Hoyt.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I'm either way. My first motion was to go ahead and move it forward. I think it's important to move this forward. I think it's a good thing to do. I was going off what the applicant wanted to do to give them the chance like we talked about before. So if people are upset that we're tabling it, I mean, I'll change it again and say move it forward, but I just wanted to make sure the applicant had, just like we did on other proposals, had enough to make sure they got all the information necessary to make a good decision. I'm still on my original proposal, what I thought, and I'm letting Dustin tell me what to do on this. I'm still fine with it, but that's just because of what it's saying right there. But, you know, but I'm going to keep my proposal to amend it unless you guys are saying no, let's not do it. And then I'll do another proposal then.
Can I just be clear that I'm not trying to favor not tabling it or tabling it? I just want everybody to be aware that timelines are going to get kicked out a little bit beyond what I've been speaking on at the last several meetings. Should we not meet the deadlines? So I'm not trying to advocate for moving it forward or just outright denying it. I just want to be clear there.
Yeah, understood. Thank you, Justin. Okay, go ahead, Mike, and then we'll try to take action here.
Thanks. I lowered my hand earlier because I thought we were just going to table it. I fully support tabling this. I know we're up against a lot of tight timelines. However, that doesn't mean we should either deny or approve code language that, you know, I think that does need work. I don't want to see this die either. And if we're not tabling it and you're going to vote on it to move it forward, then I think people's testimony would significantly change, because I would not support this as written at all. And I would urge others not to, because there's too many holes in it, as Tim spoke to. But if you're tabling it, I'd love to work on it with them, as always. And I think, again, a lot of folks' testimony would change if you're going to move this forward today without further input. I think you've heard a lot of good constructive items that can make this proposal better without killing it. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Micah. And I think that's a really good point, Micah. You know, I led into the meeting with, we know there are going to be some split votes on things we've already considered and had, you know, gone through even revisions on. I'll come back to this one is really the first reading. So while we could take a vote and even take a split vote and decide then what to do before recommending or denial, to be consistent with what we've done in the past, we've given the proponent a chance to go amend. So I won't vote today, but that's my recommendation. That's the motion on the table, right? Motion right now is to table. So if everyone's comfortable moving forward on that motion, and then we can decide what to do if it fails, then the motion in the second right now is to table. If we can take a vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, was that Josh and Steve? Okay, then let's just go into our protocol. Let's quickly do a roll call vote so we can document that vote, even though it's for the table.
Joe Mayo. Joe, there you go.
Oh, sorry. Vote to table.
That's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, next on our list, Tim Woodard.
Yes.
Is Lance Dahl back with us by chance? I don't see him online. Hoyt Jeter.
Yes.
Bill Nybush.
Aye.
Joshua Mergens.
Aye.
Brett Conway.
Yes.
Michael Barth.
Figured I'd be the lone nay.
Paul Clark.
Aye.
And Andy Leonto.
Yes.
All right, the motion to table passes 8-1.
Okay, thank you for that thoroughness on that. All right, and thank you, Kathleen. So we'll get back on next steps. All right, now we're at 3 o'clock. So we're entering into, as we discussed, the next on the agenda are the 3 EV charges. So the TAG can decide here. Should we keep moving into those and hear those first, and then make sure that we leave time, even if we haven't come to some action on those, for the embodied carbon. Is everyone okay with that?
I would just ask if the folks on the embodied carbon, I think there was some maybe conflicts later on in the day. I'm not sure what they said, but if the folks for embodied carbon had issues, I was curious.
Well, we can decide here. You know, we talked about on the agenda, so we can put a time certain or time period right now for discussion on EVs. If you want, let's say at 3:30 we begin hearing, and then we would come back and pick up where we left off. Any opinion?
Yeah, Todd, I have an opinion. I think we are into the EV charging. I think we're recognizing that the embodied carbon will take some time, but so will the last 3 EV charging. But since we're into it and we've just brought up the RCW to discuss, I would suggest we continue on with the EV proposals.
Okay,
Maybe target trying to be done by 3:30 with those if we can. And then get on to the embodied carbon.
okay, is anyone opposed to that? And if so, do you want to just push forward on this one right now, and then we'll take a break before moving to embodied carbon?
I agree with Roger. I'd prefer to push forward on these, with one possible thing being that 068 has been heavily discussed, but it was the discussion kind of hinged on what was going to come after. So it may be that we want to start talking about 122, so that 122 and 068 are both kind of discussed together, at least, because they're kind of opposing proposals.
Yeah, Mike, I think it's an interesting point. I think we do need to probably reintroduce them all here and make sure we understand the differences between them all right before we get on a rabbit hole on any one of them, right? Is that okay? Patrick, you have an opinion here?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, in the past, it seemed like the council wanted to kind of not take action on one before considering them all. So if it's possible, it might be good to have them all open up at the same time for hearing. I have some supplementary material I'd like to show that compares them all to kind of help visualize the difference. So even in mine, I was going to kind of try to talk about all of them. So
okay, well, let's do that. Dustin, can you first bring them all up, and then Patrick, then yeah, we'll absolutely entertain your comparison. So I'm not going to do it, but let's talk about 068 first. Dustin, can you bring that one up and just show us the key points there, and then we'll go through all three and then entertain people to.
So 068 is here on the right-hand side. Would it be best if I don't try to split the screen as I have it at the moment?
No, it's okay. We can read it. So, and the proponents can speak to this too, but let's not get in the weeds yet. Let's just talk about the key differences between each one of these proposals. I think obviously showing the tables is the key part, but
yeah, you want me to show the tables?
If it's possible.
I can't show the full table here. I can shrink it down a little bit.
Yep, I think we'll recognize that. Okay, so we got 068 on the right.
And then 122 on the top of the left and 135 on the bottom of the left.
Okay, so go ahead, Roger.
Oops, sorry. I just, as I consider these, and I guess I would like Patrick's input and Ross's input, I believe that 068 and 122, the code change itself is the same. It's just whether we're going from 25 to 15 or 25 to 40. I believe that, and I guess I would ask both Patrick and Ross, do you agree with that? And I think that you maybe both have provided more information, cost benefit analysis information. But from a technical perspective, I would ask, is that correct?
Thank you. This is Ross Freeman taking over for Kathleen now for 45 minutes. That is my perception that the difference is just in the bottom of the central column for those two.
Okay.
Patrick, do you look at it that way as well?
for comparing 122 to 068.
Yeah.
That's unless they've done something with invisible ink. That's as far as I can read it.
Yeah, and again, we're framing it for everyone here. So
yeah,
But-
I guarantee we didn't, Patrick.
That's what
But I do think it's helpful to, and I won't go too deep in the weeds, but I think it's helpful to consider, instead of just looking at each column in isolation, I think it's helpful to look at these at their combined effect, and that's kind of what I want to address. So, but I'll let you get back to your point.
I respect that, Patrick, and I do too. Again, as I'm trying to get my arms around this, the 135 is a little bit different. My understanding for 068 and 122 is they are the same, except we're going to decide whether we go to 40 or 15 or neither. So I agree. Let's look at them in totality. But again, setting the table for everybody, two of them are the same, except we're either going up or down. One of them is a little different. So.
Okay. So on that, Patrick, we can jump right in. Otherwise, Ross, we've introduced, I'm sorry, let me get this up right here. Have we introduced the new revision to 135? And was that the point made earlier that we need to understand what this new one, R2, is saying? Go ahead. Go ahead, Ross. I'm sorry, that was an invitation.
Thank you. Well, my impression is so far that we've come very close to formally discussing these, but each time we haven't actually had a formal hearing on these. But I'm happy to take on these first two that we just discussed, and on 135, yeah, then most of the activity is in the bottom of the right column. But yeah, my impression is we've just stopped one step shy of officially discussing them, but we have touched on a lot of the material that's been submitted in the revised proposals each cycle.
Okay, I think, Ross, what we're trying to do here is, can you characterize, are we looking at, that's the main scope right there, and then we'll start to get into the technical arguments about and justifications for it. But if we've identified that 068 and 122 are really the range between taking the existing 25 to either 15 or all the way up to 40, 135 is primarily centered on that lower right 10% to 25%.
Yeah, I concur. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So with that, Patrick, why don't you go first, and then we'll let Ross go second here. If you can kind of start easing us into a comparison, right? You can tell we're just trying to work our way into this, but let's go high level down first, okay? Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I share my screen?
Yes. You should have the ability to pop it on now.
Okay, let me make sure I pick the right one. Okay. So as I said before, in the prior discussion, I kind of just focused on EV ready. I was trying to just focus on what I was trying to change, but the way that this code is written, it has some interesting interactions. And so I think it's really helpful, especially when we're trying to talk about, well, what's going to be the need for EV charging, not just right now, but over the life cycle of the building, potentially 50 years from now, of not just considering, the changes to each column, whether that's EV ready or EV capable or the charging stations, but look at it, the totality of it and how they interact and what the combined kind of charging capacity is for these buildings, not just at the moment that they're built and they're done, but over the life cycle, how many charging stations can they end up putting in? How many vehicles can they end up serving? So what I did is I looked at, obviously my proposal, I looked at what the current code does. I looked at the first King County proposal, which is 122, which is similar to mine, and then their second one, which is a little bit different. And I also threw in just an alt for discussion. And so what I've got here is, so the way the code is written is you have the percentage, but then you have to round up. So, and then you have to add each column together. So the combined effect can end up being a greater percentage than you might end up thinking. You might look at these and go, well, it's just 10% charging stations. It's just 25% EV ready. It's just 10% EV capable. But when you calculate each of those separately, then round up, then add them all together, you're creating quite an extensive amount of potential charging infrastructure for these different dwelling units. So if you look at the current code here, assuming that they only have one parking space for each dwelling unit, and you're just following the current code, and then if you compare the number of parking spaces with charging capacity to dwelling units, which is, to me, that's really, the law deals with parking spaces, and that's kind of where the code is at right now. But really the question is each occupant, you know, what's their ability to be able to use these chargers? Because I think it's helpful to consider these. It's not like single family housing where your charging port is in your garage and it would be kind of disrespectful for your neighbor to come over and be like, hey, can I park my vehicle in your garage tonight to charge it up? These are going to be shared resources in a common space that all occupants can use. So you don't need a 1-to-1 ratio of charging port to dwelling unit. You can have a much smaller number meet the capacity that's needed for the total unit. So the current requirements is pretty excessive in my opinion. It's affording each dwelling unit, assuming that this calculation that I did assumes that they only charge at night when they get home from work. So it doesn't even consider that some people work remotely or have different schedules and can charge during the day. So basically you're just assuming that one car is going to get charged per day at a charging port. Each dwelling unit is going to have 3 to 4 days per week where they can charge their vehicle. And I think that is excessive for a minimum requirement. You'd have to be driving a ton each week to maximize this out. So my proposal, it's just a real modest reduction. And I still think there's issues with the code. I think it has a disproportionate impact on the smaller the building is, kind of the greater share of their parking spaces have to have infrastructure. I think that should be reversed in my opinion, but I think at this point it's kind of hard to submit a revision and try to rework this code. So I'm really just trying, what I've heard from our members and folks that are using this code is this is excessive, this is unnecessary. So I tried to come up with a very modest reduction while that still not only meets the letter of the law is only dealing with EV ready, but we're still exceeding it by quite a bit. And then over the life cycle of the building, you're still going to have 2 to 3 charges per week for each dwelling unit. And I think that's more than enough. And so that's where I said, well, you can even cut that down to 10% and you'd still be at 2 to 3. That'd still be a lot of charging capacity. And that doesn't even consider the fact that over 50 years, battery sizes could increase, like charging ability could get better. That's just kind of considering the technology as is. When you come down here and you look at King County's proposals, that's taking an already excessive requirement and making it more excessive. And that's where, just for me, and they'll be able to speak to it, but I don't see where the need is to increase these minimum requirements when the current requirement is already excessive for what's likely going to be needed over the life cycle of the building. You're going to go beyond what they need. That increases construction costs, that increase maintenance costs. And then you also have the wasted material, the wasted labor, the wasted embodied carbon, even though that's not a requirement, kind of that effect. So for me, I think there's a lot of good reason for why we can make a very modest reduction and we'll still be exceeding the law, which only talks about EV ready, and still have a tremendous amount of charging capacity over the life cycle of the building. I sent this to Dustin before the Thanksgiving break. It sounds like they didn't quite grab it before they left the office. I was hoping that he sent it to TAG members, but if anybody wants a copy of this, I'm happy to send it out. And I'll turn the time over back to the chair.
Patrick, if you scroll down, I assume you did the combined 40 and 25 somewhere too, right?
Yes,
Or no?
that's right here. For assuming a 1-to-1 parking ratio of dwelling units to parking. And then I also looked at the numbers kind of get worse when you scale up. A lot of apartments will actually have like a 1 to 1.5 ratio. And if you go up to a 1.5 ratio, King County's proposals bring it up almost a 1-to-1 ratio of one parking space with charging infrastructure for each dwelling unit. And now, for single family residences, it makes sense for each residence to have their own space because you don't share your garage with your neighbor. But for a shared parking lot in an apartment, to me, that's like requiring, if you have a shared laundry room, of requiring one laundry unit for every apartment, which that's not the point of a shared laundry room.
Okay, thank you for this, Patrick. Let's take a question from Hoyt.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, yeah, I would love to have you share that with me. I'm here at the city of Tacoma, so if you could.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Are you okay if we let Ross and then we can keep?
Please, I took up a lot of time. I want to give him time.
No, I appreciate it. Go ahead, Ross. If
Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, so I don't have the points in front of me to refute Patrick's spreadsheet. But I guess really it comes down to this, and this is what we've touched on before, that we're just looking at what the state's targets are, where we are now with available charging, and what the state itself is predicting for the need for future charging. So, as we all know, the next year, the 2025 model year, is when 8% of new vehicles have to be zero emission in Washington. In 2026, just a year after that, that standard jumps to 35% of new vehicles have to be zero emission. So that hasn't changed right now. So we're still operating under those state imposed milestones. And as was alluded to earlier, there's lots of different sources about what EV sales are right now. Ours probably don't agree with the ones that Patrick has. It's one of those cases of where are you citing it at the point in time that you're using. But what we're seeing, in 2023, over 20% of all new cars sold in Washington were electric. So maybe that has slowed down a bit this year, but the trend line isn't going to go backwards based on those data points. So, we're seeing adoption and targets. And so then you ask, well, what has the state estimated for how many vehicles are going to need charging in multifamily structures? And looking at the state's transportation electrification strategy, by the time that the 2024 state building code is superseded by the 2027 code, we're going to need 100,000 charging ports statewide in multifamily housing. And that's not that long from now, and we're a long way from that. So that is one of the reasons why we're suggesting, going for more aspirational, stronger standards. And as the other piece to that is, as we've presented before in our materials, the cost of doing it at construction versus retrofitting is just the difference could not be more significant. It's just so much more cost effective to at least put in the infrastructure. This is EV ready. You don't have to put the unit in. You just have to put in the ability to connect a unit either through an outlet or through a junction box. So it just feels that it would be nonsensical to kick that can down the road.
Thank you, Ross. I'm going to ask a naive question, but can someone explain, for those of us that aren't in this, how either the regulatory bottom of number of parking spots, overall parking spots, is set, or is it all market driven? When you're giving 1 and 1.5, Patrick, can you help us a little bit on that, or anyone?
I can help a little. It's based on current zoning rules. Our particular city is 1-to-1 if there's studio apartments, and then it's 1.5 if they're anything besides studio.
Okay, I just wanted to recognize that it's development code zoning that's setting that, right? So like, for example, in Spokane, we eliminated most required parking. So really then we're talking about market driven or zoning development code driven. Okay, thanks.
Give Patrick an opportunity if he had something to
My
add
point is
there.
not in the building code, right?
It's not in the building code.
It's not well, I have a concern that I don't think the code defines parking space. And so like if they have garages in addition to parking spaces, what counts as a parking space? But I just kind of assumed that the officials are only going by, the white lines. But yeah, a lot of it's the zoning is the minimum requirements. But generally buildings stick pretty close to that. But 1-to-1 is a very conservative estimate, but if you go up to 1.5, that's where these requirements, because it's based on parking spaces and not dwelling units, it becomes very cost prohibitive and you're requiring a lot of excess material.
Okay, Tim, go ahead. Thanks for that.
I just wanted to thank Patrick for putting that matrix together to kind of give me a baseline for how to judge these. And not to say that Ross wants me to use that as his baseline, but I am looking at this from the perspective of, what does the average person drive? And then how many times do they really need to charge on a day-to-day basis? I think that information would help kind of clue in to really kind of help us narrow down what is more reasonable. And if anybody had that information, that would be interesting to me.
Yeah, maybe I can respond to that real quickly. We did put that information as some of the baseline assumptions into the revised text of our proposal, but essentially the average American drives 40 miles a day. If you average it out, their total annual mileage, it's an equivalent of 40 miles a day. And the charging for that at level 2 typically will take about 2 to 3 hours, depending on the equipment and the vehicle.
Yeah, thank you. Brett?
Can I respond to that real quick?
Yeah, if you want to rebut, yeah, sure.
That's assuming that people are going to charge up that 40 miles every single day. But with when your battery can have 250 to 300 miles, you don't need to, if you're only driving 40 miles per day, you don't need to charge every single day. You can, charge if you're doing 40 miles a day, 7 days a week, that's only 280 miles. So that's less than 2 charges per week. And then also keep in mind, we're requiring workplaces to have charging stations. We're requiring grocery, we're requiring all kinds of buildings to have charging stations. There's public charging stations. So while most people, it's going to be most convenient to have charging capacity at their residence, that's not going to be their only opportunity to get a charge throughout the week.
Yeah, thank you for that. And the trick might not be how often, but when you need it, is it there? Brett, go ahead.
But just real quickly, following up on a point Patrick made about, what is a parking place? It's very common, especially with with Spokane removing parking minimum requirements. Is it the parking places that are provided, or the parking places that are required, or the number of units? So there might be some nuance there to achieve the overall goal that needs to be woven into this.
Brett, can you restate that? I didn't fully.
Oh, yes.
process.
So at times a developer may overpark or underpark. Well, at times they weren't allowed to underpark, but they can do that at some opportunities. So is the quantity of parking that the table is based on the parking that's installed on site, or the parking that's required by the zoning code, or alternatively the number of units, which isn't mentioned? So
yeah. Okay, thank you, Brett. Micah.
I also want to thank Patrick for putting that together. Hopefully the staff can get that sent out or posted, because it is helpful to see how that significant increase to 40% could come close to having 100% of parking or provided parking be EV. I'm not against either one of these proposals. I agree that the current already exceeds the legislation. And one thing that hasn't been discussed here that I've mentioned before is this zero emissions vehicles is not only EVs, and the legislation even states as such. So to push that EV is the only winner here, I think is a disservice to Washingtonians. Again, the legislation mentions other types of zero emission vehicles. Ross has used that term. He's used that term interchangeable with EVs. Yes, they are zero emission vehicles. However, they're not the only ones. And so to look at this, again, we weren't tasked to provide or look at other infrastructure as the SBCC. We were tasked to look at EV infrastructure, but that shouldn't be the only infrastructure that we consider as being zero emission vehicle for the state. Thanks.
Thank you, Micah. Roger.
I also want to thank Patrick for putting the spreadsheet together. Because it was a good visual, I would ask Dustin to go down to, I think it's page 5 of the 122 proposal, because that's a pretty good visual as well, about the required increase in EV charging. That one right there, the graph, the other one up above is the one I was looking at, but they could you look at either one. So we're going to judge them by, yeah, I just think we should look at both. And I would, again, I believe both Patrick and Ross present very good arguments for one way or the other. And to be honest, I don't know which way I would support. Which brings me back to, in my opinion, I think that and even Micah talked about the legislation. I believe that the SBCC is required to adopt rules that exceed the minimum requirements established under Section 2 for all types of residential and commercial buildings to the extent necessary to support the anticipated levels of zero emission vehicles. Anticipated, this code won't go into 27. The numbers we're all looking at least that Ross put up there, was what, 23, maybe 24. I don't remember exactly. We're talking about 3 more years down the road. There is still the requirement that, all new vehicles have to be electric by 2030 or something. Don't quote me on the exact date. I just come back to, I think that, yes, the minimum requirements up on Section 2A, we have exceeded those, but we are also required to make sure we provide enough for the anticipated levels of zero emission vehicle use. And I don't think that we have enough data right here to make sure we understand which of those is most correct. So I still go back to moving these along to the CR 102 process, knowing that either 122 or 068, we aren't going to accept both of those, obviously, but put both of them out in CR 102 and let the full public weigh in on it, because both of you made great arguments for whether we should or shouldn't make any changes, whether we should or shouldn't increase it. And I really think that decision should be the full State Building Code Council and the full state public through the CR 102 process.
Thank you, Roger. Patrick.
Yes, hopefully my audio comes across okay. My earpods are dying, so I'm working with one right now. So I just want to clarify that my calculation, I was comparing the number of parking spaces with EV charging infrastructure to dwelling units. So that 100% number is like a 1-to-1 ratio of spaces with infrastructure to dwelling units. It's not 100% of parking spaces. And then I understand what Ross has said with looking at the big picture and try to forecast of how many total chargers are the state going to need. But I think that's really hard to calculate. How do you take that number and then determine what we need to put in code for residential buildings to help meet that? So what I did instead was I just assumed, well, if the current state requirements stay consistent, after 50 years, we're going to be pretty close to 100% adoption, or it's going to be a lion's share compared to today of the passenger fleet being EV. So I just assumed that every dwelling unit will have an EV vehicle. And so even with my proposal, assuming every dwelling unit has an EV vehicle, which I think is going to be pretty, I'm not sure if we're going to get there in 50 years, but assuming we are, they're going to have 2 to 3 nights per week that they're going to be able to charge their vehicle. That's allowing them to drive 500 to 750 miles per week on the current battery technology, potentially more. So to me, I think my proposal goes way beyond that state requirement and is going to make it where even when we're close to 100% adoption of the passenger fleet, that as a minimum requirement, people are going to have a lot of charging capacity throughout the week, more than what the average person is going to need. So thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. And just a note, we're at 3:35, but I think we're kind of zeroing in on something here. So if everyone's okay, we just keep pushing for a couple more minutes. Tim, go ahead.
Patrick essentially brought up the point that I was going to try to make, which was just simply that, the comparison of the overall that we need and then extrapolating that into what the building needs. I don't really see an analysis on that side when his proposal's there to show what the residents of that building would need and or what the tenants of that building would need. Everything's based on what the entire state will need. And it's really hard to make a decision on these changes because of that. So that would just be the comment.
Okay, and thank you, Tim. I'll make a comment too here, even though I don't intend to vote unless there needs to be a decisive vote. So I think this is an interesting situation I haven't come across yet in TAG to my memory, where we have a proposal that something in the code, a number here, is proposed to be changed by two different petitions in opposite directions, right? So I think that's an interesting discussion. I think it's valid because I think we are going to constantly refine and improve this, and we need to constantly, especially every 3-year cycle, maybe revisit this. This might just be something we have to do every 3 years and align with new information. So I guess I'll say I hope we do move this forward for a more public process. One, because there's been a lot of great information presented here that needs to be shared out more, and I think there's a couple of things that I would propose that we can go even deeper on collectively. Is I think someone could take the framework Patrick put out there, and then also start to show similar tables of calculating how many amps is that, what's the cost in terms of everything, wire, circuits, all those kind of things. Like it's an interesting problem but it starts to get complex when we start dealing with load balancing and so forth, right? That we've been down that path before, but someone can do it. And then someone can also map that not only against what vehicle projections are, but also cross that with those multifamily, especially units that are projected. I don't think I've seen that yet. We've talked about vehicles coming online, but we haven't talked about what the demo and construction rates are, unless I'm missing it. So I guess I'll just leave it there. I kind of hope that we can say we can move this forward for a more public process, and knowing that the council would likely push something back down if there's a lot of new information that needs the tag to weigh in. So Hoyt, go ahead, please.
Yeah, that's the same thing I wanted to emphasize to exactly what you're saying. I also have a problem moving something backwards. And I don't agree with moving it backwards based on the reason statement that he's put in there. So, but on that, I'm exactly with you. Get the move something forward and see what kind of direction we're given, and then we can make a decision. So.
Thank you. And one last point I'll make is this is probably the one rare time you'll hear from me and others that it wouldn't be a bad thing to have this open at the beginning of legislative session. Normally we advocate not to put in statute things that should be in the building code, but this is one that's already mandated, and it might be helpful to have, at least in committee in the session, discuss this to help us inform. If they don't come to actual bill or policy, at least there's the opportunity in committee to have more public process. So, okay. How do we feel? Do we feel like taking these three together, we could propose individual or collective motion on this? Go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna throw my 2 cents in for the record, just because kind of I can all sum it up to just a handful of points, but it applies to all of them. It's this is one of those where I also think it's a TAG responsibility to defend our code. We do have this in our code right now, and we do have it in a way that satisfies the current RCW requirement. And by increasing it, we're getting a cart before the horse, in my opinion. But I'm also of the opinion that we shouldn't decrease it. So what we have, we shouldn't lessen it. So I'm going to be a proponent of kind of the status quo of not changing any of this. A couple other quick points is the code is a minimum code. It's supposed to be a minimum code. It's not maximum. It's not ideal. There are a lot of things that we'd like to have in the code that we think would make better buildings, but there has to be a cost factor. Take residential, sprinklers as an example. We don't think it needs to apply across the entire state, as mandatory. Therefore, we take it back out. And that's a cost factor. Do we think sprinklers are bad? No, of course not. But it's a cost factor, and therefore there has to be a balance somewhere, and that's what drives the minimum code aspect of it. Is just to have, what do we absolutely need? The other part of that is capitalism will provide parking, EV charging if it's needed. If hotels and apartment complexes feel like they need it, they can add it, and they should add it. And they should be responsive to that. And I think that the market, as the growth of EV vehicles occurs, I think that the market will keep up with that. And I don't think we need to mandate it on, everybody across the state, just because, that the more highly populated areas may have a higher concentration of it. And then, another quick point is our electrical grid really isn't sufficient. I've been in so many different meetings with the electrical engineers doing utilities and all of that, and that if you put a 40 amp breaker in every house, you would collapse the entire system. It just, the grid that provides for our whole community just isn't there yet. I'm not saying it shouldn't get there. They do need to focus on that, and they need to increase that. And then, another point, back to, I know here in Washington, we don't burn coal, but as a nation, we're burning coal to generate electricity, and that just doesn't move this forward if we're burning coal to power EVs or natural gas. That just doesn't make sense. So much focus, in my opinion, needs to be, as a nation, we need to stop burning coal to generate electricity. We need to find better ways of powering our grid. And then, I won't spend much time on personal experience, but, from my own personal experience, I drive a Super Duty truck. I tow my family's excavator with it. I tow a fifth wheel travel trailer to bring the family together to have good times without having to fly 18 people across the nation to do it. But that takes a tow vehicle to do that. I tow a flatbed trailer when my adult children still call me in the middle of the night and say, "Hey, I'm broken down. Can you come get me?" So my diesel truck will start immediately, and I can go and take care of that family problem. There is not a single EV or any zero emission vehicle on the market today that can do what my current vehicle does for my family. It's not even a concept out there yet for that medium duty truck, and I have to take that same truck everywhere. Again, I won't spend a lot of time, but my personal experience here in the state of Washington is I've been to a bunch of hotels in the last year or two. More than once, I pulled into a parking lot and every single parking space was full, except for the EV charging station that, even in an old hotel where they voluntarily put them in, and I had to park my truck in the EV spot or pick a fire lane. And so, I've had to do that. Interestingly enough, in that same situation, the other 4 spots of EV all had internal combustion engine vehicles in them. So I wasn't alone in that, and I don't like having my truck keyed because I've got a diesel truck sitting in an EV parking space. So my personal experience is that they are putting these chargers in when needed. And in my opinion, they're putting in more than is currently needed, but great, so be it. And I think that's a good thing. But I think the capitalism, the capital system of supply and demand is what would drive this. I don't think we should, as a state, mandate that we're spending all this money on charging stations and putting this burden on all of the apartment and hotel owners to mandate that. We're not telling them they can't put it in. They should. If they have a need, they should put it in. If King County is seeing all these not enough charging stations, they should put them in there. But I think elsewhere in the state, I think the mandate is too much, and it gets back to that minimum code. Just like residential sprinkler systems, we think they're great. We love them. We'd love to see them in every house, but we don't think it should be mandatory. We think that should be a choice. And so I think the same applies to all of these. In my opinion, I think essentially all three of these proposals should just be rejected because it's cart before the horse. It's not necessary. It's not necessary to increase the requirement, but nor is it necessary to decrease it. So thanks for my 2 cents worth.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, Micah.
I know we're short on time. Todd, you mentioned 3 proposals. So far, we've only talked about the 2 with percentages. Could you just repeat the numbers of the proposals we're discussing? Because if we're throwing in GP 135 in with that, we should discuss that proposal as well. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. And that's because no motion has been made here, but yes, 135, if we can put it back up, is the at the bottom right left there. So by no means has a motion been made. You're right. I said that as an option. Yep. Okay, thank you for that. Jeremy.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, I won't respond to Michael's tired tropes, but I want to mention that, and I may have missed it because I lost internet for a bit, but there is managed charging, and charging station manufacturers have all sorts of management systems, so you're not exceeding a certain capacity of a building or a circuit. And these have been around for quite a while. I haven't heard anybody mention that, but my company, Puget Sound Solar, has been installing charging stations since 2010. We have a lot of experience with apartment building and mixed-use building owners who did not build a building. It was built by a developer who then turned it in a couple of years. And the new owner finds out how expensive it is to retrofit for the EV charging that the residents are asking for. So that's my comment. I'll make it brief, but it's the voice of experience saying that we need more charging. You don't have to put in the charging stations, put the wiring in, let the charging stations come later. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And let's, of course, make sure we don't question anybody's intent here, but thank you for that. Wait.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing, and I've been in there and I love studying the history of the code. Some of these arguments you're hearing about not putting them in and stuff was very similar to the accessibility requirements in the past, a long time ago. Van accessibilities, they're not being used. We have too many accessible parkings that are empty. We don't need all those signs. I'm talking about around the country. I'm not saying here in Washington, but it's been argued before. So take that in consideration when some people are saying, well, I don't need that, I don't need that. This is a future code. I think you need to make a decision when we vote on this stuff. Is it now's the time we should start doing it, or should we be waiting longer? Not to the point where, I just don't think it's required. The numbers are wrong or whatever, based on the rationale that the proponent put through, read through it, look at it, a logical way of looking at it, based on the communication other people have done, then make your decision based off that. But I don't think we should base it off people saying, well, right now I don't do this and things like that. That was a very similar argument with the accessibility, as I said earlier. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay. Thank you, Hyde. Patrick and Michael, we're going to recognize you. I also want to make sure we're either zeroing in on an action or we're going to table this because we promised to everyone that we're going to talk about the embodied carbon. So, and probably need a break, but let's do Patrick and Micah there, please.
I'm just gonna say, I'm not sure how much more information I need to provide to demonstrate that the current requirements that are in code are excessive for the amount of charging that will be needed over the life cycle of the building. And even assuming near 100% adoption rate 50 years from now, and that creates unnecessary cost and materials, I think my proposal is a very modest reduction. It will still provide an excess of minimum capacity needed to serve the average person. And if you're going beyond that, I think it's way too much. And I think the current code is too much.
Thank you, Patrick. Micah.
Thanks, and I'll keep it to the point of GP 135, 429, removing the exceptions, or at least part of the exceptions that's shown on the screen. Part of this testimony on this one is going to rebut what Roger said earlier about the tag not reviewing the technical requirements of the legislation. The language, or most of the language of these exceptions, is a technical requirement provided by the legislation. I have spoken against having this language in here because it's not enforceable. You've all heard this over and over. Building departments are not looking at employee parking. That's not a subcategory of their need or review. They may look at parking, usually that's land use, but they're not looking at employee specific parking. So that's something you probably can't actually calculate effectively, especially if you have projects that are like a shell and core. In other words, there's no tenant. You don't know what employees are going to be there. It's a shell of a building. They're going to rent that space out to somebody, and maybe they're going to have employees. So this is not something that should be in there in the first place. However, if we're looking at the technical accuracy of this proposal, you cannot remove these exceptions because it is part of the RCW and the legislation, and that is section 1927.540, item 2B. So again, I have said this previously with this proposal, you cannot remove this because it will still be required to be enforced per the RCW. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. I'm glad you raised that. I was probably oversimplifying, saying we're just simply comparing the table, and that's not true. That third proposal is different in the sense that it eliminates exceptions. The first two do not. So I think that if we are doing it on action right now as a tag, let's decide how we're doing this. Either all three together, the first two together, and the third one separate. Go ahead, Roger.
Well, then I just recommend that we get Dirk on to attend our tag meetings, because what we're being asked to do is interpret the RCW, not code language. And I hold that a pretty good, darn good argument was made that we are not meeting 3A. Yes, we are meeting, I understand 2A, I looked at it, 2B, I understand. There's a pretty good argument that we're not meeting 3A. So I don't think that, again, I feel like the discussion as to whether we are meeting 3A, 2B, or 2A should be held outside of the tag meeting. I think that there are many people from the public that would like to offer opinions that are not aware that this potential rule is even under consideration. So I believe that this should be moved on to CR 102 so that the full council can look at it, make their interpretation as to the interpretation of the RCWs and are we meeting it or not, and allow for full public comment from everybody from the state of Washington rather than a select few that are on this call.
Thank you, Roger. Micah.
Meetings meet the OPA. Let's just start with that. However, I'm going to throw this out there. I agree with you, Roger, especially when it comes to technical code language and reviewing the technical side of it, that we should not look at the RCW necessarily. However, I do have a caveat to that. When the RCW has specific technical code language, then I think it's our duty to do so. That is why so many of us push back when we look or see legislation that has technical code language. This is exactly why. I completely agree with removing these exceptions because they're horribly difficult to enforce. However, the legislation requires them to be there. They should not be removed per this proposal. Thanks.
Okay, I think I'm going to raise the question here: if we're going to take action or not today, and if not, if we're not ready, then we would need to table so we can also start talking about embodied carbon. Any tag members have recommendations or actual motions on any or all of the three proposals, including any amendments that may be that were discussed here?
I mean, this is Hoyt. I mean, from all this discussion and stuff, and I know people are gonna hate me for this, but I'd rather just table it, because I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm looking at enforceability and what the code says, what the minimum was, and what I think our responsibility is. And I could be 100% wrong, so I'm just making a motion to table it and go on to the ones that we could actually solve until we get some legal advice, because I don't know what the legal advice is, because I am not a lawyer. I'm far from a lawyer, so.
Wait, is your concern on exception on 135?
Yeah, when it
you want
conflicts with
some-
RCW, like Micah brought up, I'm like, I don't feel I have the authority to say something that's a conflict, and I'm not, and I'm not going to pretend I'm a lawyer to interpret it that way. I would table it until we get feedback that says, yes, we can go this route, or no, we can't. So.
Now to clarify, are you speaking only to petition 135 or all three?
For me, it's all three, so.
Okay, so the motion is to table all three proposals. Is there a second? If not, well, I'll just wait. Is there a second?
This is Bill, I'll
Okay.
second it.
Okay, Bill has seconded that motion. Okay, so the motion on the table is to table all three for, quite specifically for that one, for legal consultation on that one item, right?
Yeah, that's it. I just want to know what legally, I don't want to break the laws, basically. It just,
I guess I'd raise the question of why all three then, and not just that one. But I'm not trying to persuade you either way.
no, I mean, I'm fine with just that one too. I'm trying to figure out from Micah and all the testimony that we're talking in all of them. I tell you, the more we talk about it, the more I get a little bit more confused and like, well, I just want to know what legal thing that we have that we can decide that I know for sure. When someone starts throwing that there's legally you can't do this, legally you can't do that, I follow the background that says, yeah, I'm not a lawyer, I'm an engineer. I think I can make a pretty good decision, but that's my only thing. I want direction that says, yes, we could legally say this, and we're not going to be. And if the answer is yes, if Dustin tells me, yep, you could, we're totally back, we could make any decision we want, then I'm fine with that too. So, I mean, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know what I can, after all this communication from everyone talking, I'm kind of like, yeah, I would abstain from voting for all of them, is basically what I would end up doing. If you asked me to vote for any one of these or any proposals, I would abstain. So.
Okay, thank you, Wade. Okay, well, the motion and second on the table is to table all three. Is there any other discussion? We'll try a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, let's go to a roll call vote, please. Again, the motion is to table. Dustin, are you muted? I think if you're talking.
I had muted. I had dogs barking in the house. Joe Mayo.
Yeah, I guess I don't know for sure.
I can't enter that one into the roll call.
An aye is to table, or yes is to table.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll go yes.
Okay. Next on there, Tim Woodard.
Nay.
Did Lance ever rejoin?
Maybe
I don't see him on here. Next, Hoyt Jeter.
Table, yes. Yay.
Bill Mybush.
Aye.
Joshua Mergens.
I know it's not discussion, but just throwing out there, if there is any legal representation within DES that can provide us a little bit better guidance on this so we can make decisions in the future, I think that makes sense because I echo Hoyt's concerns.
I guess the plan would be if this gets tabled today to try to see if Dirk's available for our next meeting.
Thank you.
Brett Conway,
Aye.
Michael Barth,
Nay.
Paul Clark,
Aye.
Andy Leonto.
Aye.
The motion to table passes 7-2.
Okay, thank you everyone for that. All right, good discussion, made progress. We'll set some guidelines next time on when we bring these back up. So, and please provide information based on this discussion. Okay, we went over an hour, so let's take a 5-minute break here till, well, let's go to 4:06, and then when we return, we're gonna go straight to the greenhouse gas emissions. So go ahead, Josh.
Just letting Dustin know I have to hop off at this point.
Yep.
Josh,
Thank
you
you for that. Okay.
Dustin, I'm sorry, I need to hop off as well.
Okay, thank you.
Well, does that put us under though?
I think we're just at, let me see here.
Well, let's take our 6-minute break. Let's go to 4:06, come back and take roll.
Okay, sounds
Okay,
good.
thanks. Okay, that was quick, but welcome back, everyone. Thanks for the push here. We know this is a lot and we're getting there. Okay, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna try to establish quorum. It's possible we don't have it. If we don't have it, it's up to the tag, but I would propose that we still move forward and start taking questions and testimony on the greenhouse gas emissions proposal. So just as a reminder, we said that when we get to this point, we're going to take agenda items 13 through 19 and defer those until next time. So we're on agenda item 20 right now. But first, let's see if we have quorum. We probably take roll here to confirm.
Yep. Chair Primary Todd Bayworth.
Here.
Roger Haringa.
Here.
Joe Mayo.
Here.
Che Fortaleza.
Here.
Thank you. Tim Woodard.
Here.
Steve Belzak.
Here.
Lance Dahl. Not seeing him. Hoyt Jeter. Come back to Hoyt. Todd Sullivan was absent earlier. Bill Mybush.
Present.
Thank you. Brian Horseman was absent earlier. Josh Mergens.
He left.
Oh, that's right. Trent Tinney was out earlier. Michael Shaw was also out earlier. Brett Conway.
Here.
Michael Barth.
I'm here.
Leah Summer, I believe, is back with us. No. Don't see her. Paul Clark.
Here.
Andy Leonto. and he's out, and we are one shy of quorum.
Okay, so is there any objection from TAG members to move forward on discussion and questions for Embodied Greenhouse, knowing that we can't take action if we don't have quorum? Go ahead, Patrick.
I'm just gonna bring up, I haven't really brought it up before because there hasn't really been a major proposal that's been affected by it, but you're allowed to continue the meeting when you don't have quorum, but your bylaws state that you're supposed to create a report of the pros and cons discussed and have it available at the next meeting. And I think that this embodied carbon proposal is gonna have some discussion with some pros and cons. So that's something that, even though you've had meetings where you haven't hit quorum before and discussion goes on, you haven't had staff do that report. That is something that you're supposed to do under your bylaws.
Okay, no, thank you for that. And that's actually a good lead into what we discussed earlier, that presuming this is, well, given the potential that this will be a split vote regardless, we would want that documentation. Dustin, do you have any opposition to helping craft that, if that's
No,
the
sir, I
case?
don't.
Okay,
Well, I was remiss in going back to call for Hoyt Jeter on the roll call. And Hoyt, are you here yet? Because when he comes back, we will establish quorum.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, he's still hanging in there. So, okay, when he comes back and he usually announces. So, okay, well, let's move forward with that. Thank you, though. But Roger, go ahead.
I didn't know if I heard Hoyt say yes or not, but
Not yet.
so I do I understand Patrick's concern with the bylaws. I appreciate it. I think we do everything we can to try to run these meetings according to the bylaws and the rules. Although I would also suggest that this proposal has been an ongoing, we've been getting input from a whole lot of people, and it has been a fluid proposal. And so I highly recommend that we at least present it, have conversations. While the end effect, I don't believe has changed much, if any. The formatting has, and so I think it's important for everybody to understand what the current proposal is, and so then they can comment on that rather than a version from a week ago or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and I'll also note, of course, our bylaws need to be constantly updated, but they haven't yet contemplated post-COVID Zoom and YouTube world where everything is recorded and accessible. So it's a valid point, Patrick. By no means dismissing it, but we also make sure that we have, especially all TAG members available to have access to that. So, okay, well, let's move forward. So what we're talking about now is agenda item 20, which is the petition 118. We're on revision 3. So there was a new revision submitted. Well, before I say when, let's get confirmation from Dustin when this was submitted.
I'm sorry, I was reading the bylaws real quick.
You're okay. You're okay. Roger and Ariel, you might be able to help with that. When was this revision 3 submitted?
Yeah, this is actually version 4, and it was submitted, I believe, 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Is the agenda just wrong, or is it linking correctly to the version 4?
It is correct.
When you click through?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so what is marked as revision 3 on the agenda actually clicks to what we're going to now call revision 4, you're saying?
Well, it's the 4th version to be correct.
Right.
Oh,
Revision
okay. So
3
that's
was
revision
never
3 to us,
discussed.
Ariel. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. We're
Revision
all in
4
the
to
right
me.
place now. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, sorry about that.
Nope, all good. So Ariel, do you want to, as a proponent, do you want to kind of walk us through what has been updated?
Yes,
Please?
happy to. Yeah, I'm thinking because it's gone through a couple of iterations that it might make sense for me to just kind of walk through it a little more thoroughly, so everyone's kind of aware of this last version. But I also want to be cognizant of time. So does that make
That's what we're
sense
here
too?
for. Please. Thanks.
Okay, awesome. Great. So I'll get started. I'll say that this is kind of first and foremost being proposed as a voluntary appendix, really intended as a resource for jurisdictions that may choose to adopt after this is published. The intent here is really to kind of create a clear process and methodology for projects to measure and report on their embodied carbon, and to kind of provide a standardized approach that gives jurisdictions who are interested in this topic kind of a head start in adopting language in code. So there's a note up top here that makes clear that this appendix is not mandatory at the state level. And then moving on a bit to definitions, Q102. I just wanted to speak briefly about the covered project. So under this appendix, a covered project would be new construction or an addition or an alteration that impacts a work area of a size that would be up to the discretion of the jurisdiction. So that could either be 50,000 or 100,000 gross square feet minimum. There was some discussion at the previous meeting about kind of as a sidebar, which of these size thresholds applies in the BICLEAN, which is of course kind of a separate thing. But thinking about kind of creating consistency between the two there, would just like to clarify that the BICLEAN legislation would impact projects of 100,000 square feet or greater for the first 2 years, and then would ratchet down to 50,000. But here we're just giving jurisdictions a choice. And then I'll kind of skip over the rest of the definitions right now and maybe move over to Q103. Thanks. And here I actually noticed one mistake here, which is that the title should be embodied carbon and not environmental product declaration. So apologize for not catching that earlier. But kind of running through. Yeah.
Oh, say it again. Okay, so you're making
Right.
the real-time change. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for that. Yeah, kind of running through this, we're saying that projects have essentially 3 pathways to comply with this appendix. Your options kind of vary depending on your project type, and that's laid out in Q103.2. So if you are a new building or an addition, this is under number 1, an addition that meets kind of that size threshold that the jurisdiction chooses, you can either comply with the product compliance pathway or the whole building pathway. Under number 2, if you're a alteration that impacts a work area above the size threshold, you have kind of already by nature complied with the building reuse pathway and would just need to submit proof of that, which I'll describe when we get to that pathway. And then if you are an addition that also includes an alteration where the combination of that work area of the alteration plus the addition meets the size threshold, then you can choose from any of the 3 options outlined in this appendix. So delving in a bit to those 3 pathways under Q103.3, you would submit EPDs for the products that are included in the table that's provided in a little bit, if your project includes that product. And those EPDs will demonstrate that these products meet a certain percentage across the whole project of the GWP limits that are included in the table. So if you scroll down a little bit below, you'll be able
Ariel,
to
sorry to
see
interrupt
that.
you. Do we want to strike type 3 in that?
Sorry,
or do
what?
you want
No, that's intended. Thanks for
you want to
clarifying.
keep type 3? Okay.
Yes, it was originally in the definition, but was moved to the body of the code language.
Okay. Thank
instead.
you.
Thanks. And then, yeah, so jurisdictions under this pathway would have the option to kind of choose the percentage that they want to adopt, which is outlined a little bit before the table. So the values in the table are based on industry average baselines, and those would stay the same, but the percentage of those values, which ranges, I think, a little bit above. Yeah, in bold here, it ranges from 100 to 175%, would be up to the discretion of the municipality to figure out what works for them. So that's the first pathway. The second pathway, which is Q103.4. Amazing, thank you. This is the whole building compliance pathway. So under this option, you would submit a whole building LCA that indicates either a 10% reduction from an absolute cap, which is set at 500 kilograms of CO2 per meter squared, or a 10% reduction from a modeled reference building, which is the relative reduction requirement number 2 here. And then there's some kind of other criteria that the assessment would follow, mostly as it relates to adhering to other existing and vetted standards that are commonly referenced by other codes and programs, including LEED and CalGreen and ASHRAE 189.1. The assessment would cover cradle to grave with permission to exclude operating energy and water, and would also cover the structure and enclosure of the building, but would allow for other elements to be included as well. And then the study period would extend to 60 years, which is common for most existing standards that address LCA. And then finally, the third compliance path, which is Q103.5. Thank you. Yes, this is the building reuse pathway. This essentially says that if you retain 45% of your existing building's structure and envelope, you would basically submit proof of that reuse by submitting the 5 items listed under Q103.5.2. Basically, submitting areas for your existing building, any additions and alterations, and then the floor area of structure, and then the surface area of enclosure. And then if you submit that proof that 45% of the building has been reused, you have complied with this appendix and no further action is needed. And then finally, section 104 lays out kind of what submittals would look like. So the registered design professional would provide signature verifying compliance with this appendix. And if any products kind of change over the course of the project that do not match the approved construction documents, then new data for those updated materials would be submitted prior to an issuance of the certificate of occupancy. And then this last section just includes the reference standards, kind of following the same format that other appendices of the IBC follow. So that's the proposal, and welcome questions and discussion. Thank you.
Go ahead, Hoyt, and then I have a couple technical questions. Wait,
Yeah,
Hoyt, you go first.
Just a quick question I want Dustin to clarify. If let's say we approve this for the state as an appendix, the way I understand it, unless I'm wrong, the appendix just means it's not stated mandated. It means that a jurisdiction could adopt that appendix by the state. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I just have a couple technical questions before we get into the content. So I assumed where we're looking at here, there's precedent in an area, you can answer this, or anyone who's code writing, that it's okay to put references because it's an appendix and not adopted. So it's appropriate to put it here. And obviously if it was adopted, I don't understand if it goes, we have to also then adopt it in section 35, but I'll park that one for a second. The section Q103.2, to me, I think that's supposed to be the charging section, let's call it. And if so, if I'm understanding that correctly, can those 3 numerical sections be more specific that they're referencing the 3 pathways, Q103.3, 103.4, and 103.5, or am I not understanding that correctly?
Todd, Ariel, if I could answer that, because so Todd, we did have some code writing experts help us and rearranged some of this. And I was the same as you when I first looked at 103.2. It was confusing about, all right, how does it work? After going through it, in my mind, it does make sense. So what you're doing is number 1 is for a new building or structure or an addition to an existing building. So you're saying that could be the product compliance or the whole building LCA. Item 2 is for an alteration that impacts a work area of 50 or 100,000, that would be the building reuse pathway. And then item 3 says if you have a addition to a building or structure that also includes an alteration where the addition and the work area of the alteration have a combined area of whatever, then you can use the product compliance, whole building compliance, or building reuse.
Okay.
So it does work. I even made the comment, is there a little bit less wordy way that we could say what it says? And we worked with Micah and a few others. Mike, I hope you don't mind throwing your name out there to help us. And we tried to wordsmith it to be simpler, but we were pretty confident that what it says now is the right intent, that it covers, it directs you which projects you can use either of the 3 pathways.
Okay, thank you, Roger. I was misinterpreting, so that does help me. But I still have the question of, shouldn't there be a charging statement saying, or at least referencing the sections then? So if you're in one, it should say product compliance or whole building compliance pathway. So shouldn't you say product, somewhere should say that the product compliance is Q103.3? Or is that not necessary? And whole building is Q103.4?
I don't think it's necessary, Todd. I think it just adds sections.
You're the
This is
expert.
pretty
Okay.
yeah, well, I would say if it was included in the whole book, maybe, and these were elsewhere, but this is all in one short appendix, in my opinion. I think
Okay.
it's all right here.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm okay with that. I just, if I knew what thought I knew what I was looking at, got confused. What is somebody who's, yeah. Okay, go ahead, Micah.
I thought I knew what I was looking at too until I spent 5 hours on this.
Thank you for your contribution, by the way.
Oh, my pleasure. I appreciate everybody working on this and sending it to me. A couple of things for me, and if we want to start from the beginning in the definitions. Again, I did work on some of this and it went back to the proponent, and the proponent is further modified from what I sent back. But if you wouldn't mind, Dustin, scrolling up to the definitions, we'll start there. In several places, you're going to see that the proponent key is inserted the 50 or 100,000. In the legislation, it has both of those numbers. So this, I think the intent there is to allow the jurisdiction to make that decision. However, I had it as just the 50,000 as the minimum, because the jurisdiction can adopt to go greater. Again, we're only looking for that 50,000 minimum. If the jurisdiction wants to go 100 or even larger than that, they can. Again, we're looking at a minimum number here, and I think the 50,000 that aligns with the legislation is fine. Unless you put in some information on the jurisdiction chooses this number, then I think the minimum 50,000 would be fine, or minimum 100,000. It's up to the group, but and maybe that's your intent, Ariel, is to just have the tag or the SBCC decide the 50 or 100,000. But if it's up to the jurisdiction, I don't think it's necessary, but the minimum, and we'll go from there. The other part that I modified that I don't see in here is I brought over under the EPD definition, I included what the products and materials covered in the legislation are as like a small subsection. And Dustin, I apologize, I didn't send you my full version. I just sent it to Ariel. But my concern with not having that there is that the table that references the covered products doesn't fully align with the legislation, or at least the products listed in the legislation for covered products. They're there in general, but not specific as the legislation is. And that's what I had done with that definition, and I can provide that to you, Dustin. I could probably email it over. I can even share screen if we want to go to that level. But let's scroll down. I got a few more things, and then we'll get back to the individual items we want to cover them. Under Q103.3, the language that states first sentence, which cover the cradle to gate phase or life cycle modules in A1 through A3. I didn't include the A1, A3. Actually, I didn't include that sentence, the second half of that first sentence. But I know Roger and the proponent said, hey, this is specific to what we need to have information wise. However, for the code official, they don't know what A1 through A3 means. They don't know where to get it. If it's part of one of the reference standards below, maybe we need to add the reference standard that A1 and A3 point to or come from in this sentence. Again, I'm not worried about taking it out, but I think it needs to be more specific where you're capturing those models for that life cycle, for that module for the life cycle. And then again, the covered products per section Q103.3.1. That's kind of why I put that up in the definition of EPD. At least it gave a clear breakdown of all of those products that should be covered per the legislation. Again, the table is there, but I think it's more general and not as specific as the legislation is. And I think the specificity is probably more important in this instance. Then Dustin, if you can scroll down to the Q103.4, item number 2. I had shortened that up quite a bit, but maintained the same information. And I guess I had some questions. Let's just start with the second sentence, referencing building information. Is everything for the product and product quantities allowed to vary as long as the whatever building is functionally equivalent? I believe in the proposal that I sent over to them, I combine those two sentences. Again, it's not major, but this just makes for a wordy section 2 that has a lot of allowances. Then the second part of that, or of this particular paragraph, is the last sentence. I hadn't read this before, but I had a question. Is that relevant as long as, in my opinion, as long as the software meets Q103.4.1 number 2 below? Do you have to use the same software for the lifecycle assessment and the reference building? I mean, they should come up with the same equivalency because the software should meet the same standard. That's all I'm getting at. Again, it's not vital, but it just adds words there that is that really relevant for me, considering getting that you're already requiring the software to meet the standard, whoever makes it. And then item 3 of the Q103.4.1 below, again, I have no issues with the way that's worded, but I think you probably need to say where these modules come from. I don't think that was in the original proposal either. That wasn't semi-modified, but I just captured that one again after looking through it. Other than that, I think overall I appreciate all the modifications and work and letting me have input. I think for the most part, this could be enforceable for a jurisdiction when they adopt it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Micah. Hey, Micah, just plain moderator here, I have a question for you. On your first point, if this is an appendix, can a local jurisdiction just outright adopt it as is? And then related to that question, if there's options in there, what does that mean? Does that have to come back to the council for approval on that particular choice?
That's why I was kind of, let's throw a minimum in there. I don't think they would have to come back for a choice as long as it meets the other RCW. You can do it more restrictive. You can't diminish the code. So if this is what the state puts out there, but then again, this is a gray area of an appendix that isn't adopted by the state. It's just code language that a jurisdiction can use if they choose to adopt it. So again,
and not that they would, but what
yeah.
if some city said 75,000 was the magic number?
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know if that'd be an issue. Again, I'm just trying to kind of align it with the legislation, and the legislation does have both numbers, but maybe we just go with the minimum number. Of course, the minimum number would be 100,000, not the 50,000. The 50,000 is actually more restrictive. So.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that. Wait.
Yeah, I went through this too. Can I just ask a question? And maybe you could help explain something to me. If you go down to the table where they have all the table down at the very bottom. You have a footnote 1. What does footnote 1 apply to? I couldn't figure that out when I was reviewing it. I never keep going down when it has right before Q 103.4. Yeah, so if you go to Q 103.4, right there, they have a 1 period. And I was trying to figure that out when I was going through it. Is that a footnote or is that actually actual statement for the whole table? Or I'm not, I was trying to figure out how that applied there.
Right. Yeah, sorry about that. That's a footnote for the whole table, more of an informative note. If there's a different kind of format that makes sense to convey that, I'm definitely open to to changing
Oh,
that.
I just couldn't find where I would apply that number 1. So I was just trying to find
Oh,
it.
yeah,
That
it's
was it.
intended as informative.
Okay, so
You'd put it up at
Like superscript up here at the top.
Yeah.
So
And should
you
we
put it
change it
there.
to an A versus a number to align with other footnotes and tables in the code?
Yeah, and then I had one other question, if that wasn't, and I thought I brought this up last time. I noticed a lot of your tables in here. Sometimes, and I'm not disagreeing with any of it that you said, but sometimes you're 2 significant digits, sometimes you're no significant digits, sometimes you're 1 significant digit. Is that just based on the materials that you're using? That's just how they publish it when they give it to you? Because the code's always a minimum, so I'm just saying, where you see like, for example, you got 1.6, the one you're showing on the screen right now. Then you got 0.49, then you got 1.56, and you got 19.7. Farther up, you have no decimal point. I'm just curious, is it just because, what's the reason why having some decimal points and some not? If you could just help explain that too. When I did Google search, I couldn't figure out that reason. So.
Yeah, these are as published by the Carbon Leadership Forum and also based, I think, on kind of the units we're using. So when insulation products aren't, other than insulation products, we've tried to round these out just to be whole numbers. But these here are pulled from the Carbon Leadership Forum baselines.
So on that,
If I
sorry,
remember,
let me just.
I think what it was is we went to 3 significant digits was the idea, because we needed to pick some, and the insulation products, because you are taking that times the R value. So expanded polystyrene is 2.67 times R40. You're going to get a number.
Got it.
So that's why the insulation product numbers look a little bit strange, because they're so small and they get multiplied times whatever the R value is. But we tried to go to, we took your comment and we went to 3 significant digits. I don't know if that means we should be 41.0.
No, that's okay. I'm fine with that. I mean, I just want to make sure when we adopt it, and I'm not against what I'm saying. I just wanted that clarification. So you don't have to explain anymore if it's rational and it comes up. I was just trying to, when I did some Google search, I was trying to see how those numbers came about, just to be more informed. That was all. So you answered my question. Thank you.
I still have a couple responses to Micah's comments, if this is a good
Yeah,
time.
of course, go ahead.
Okay, great. Regarding the covered products, the thinking there was I didn't think the definitions were the best place for them because they really apply to only one pathway of the appendix. They also, as Micah noted, it does veer from the legislation, so I was uncomfortable with pulling straight from the legislation, but if it would be clearer to include a list under that first product compliance pathway, I'm happy to include that before the table. And then in terms of the life cycle stage methods or stages, that I believe is a standard that is already referenced in this appendix, so it should be a pretty easy change to include that ISO standard in those two sections that Micah isolated. And then there was another note. I'm checking my notes. Section 103.3.4, number 2. I think there were a couple notes there. 103.3.4. Sorry. Yeah, right. Yes, there were number 2, yes, which is on the screen. I think 2 things there. One is the easier one in terms of the last sentence being maybe redundant. I'm in agreement there. I'm happy to keep or remove. And then, but I do think it's important to clarify that building quantities can and material quantities, excuse me, can change. That I think is kind of the benefit of conducting a whole building LCA, is that you're not just looking at the materials you're selecting and their GWP values in isolation, but you're also thinking about on a building level how much of that material you're using. So I think it's important there to clarify that that assessment is being done if it is being done. I think that was everything.
Go
ahead, Roger.
I have a comment on taking that last sentence out. I know our staff has done LCAs using basically all of the software that is out there. You don't always get the same answer depending on the type of software. There are some differences in the software. So I think that it's important, if you're comparing your building to a functionally equivalent, that you are using the same software. You could use either one, but you can use whatever one you want, and they all need to meet the ISO requirements. But there are differences between the different types of software. And so I think if you're comparing one to the other, you should be using the same software.
Are you saying that's not a requirement, Roger?
No, I thought Mike had talked about taking that out, and I think that that needs to be left in. If you're comparing the two, you know, your building to a functional equivalent reference building, you can't use Tally for one and, you know, I forget the name of the other main one, but you have to use the same piece of software for both. I mean, that's even, I would even go to like PT design. You can get different numbers from ADAPT and, you know, so if you're going to do a comparison, you should use the same software. And I think that should stay in there. There's a lot
I'm sorry, I missed the conversation there, Ariel. Are we arguing that that's, I thought that was the standard. But
Micah had suggested we could take that last sentence out of number 2, and Ariel kind of thought, yeah, we could. I would suggest we leave it in for that reason.
I'd have concerns, but I'd be open to, yeah, go ahead, Micah.
I was gonna say, for me, it could go either way. I think part of my point there is if the product can vary and you can modify the reference building and the software's got to meet the standard already for the rest of this section. I didn't think it was necessary. Just added code language for a practice process. You know, that might be a best practice, but does it have to be a minimum code standard? So either way, again, it's close enough. We haven't even got this, you know, in code to function or be used yet. So we're not even sure if this works. There may be changes later too. And then I did have one more item in this same section. Dustin, if you'll scroll down to Q103.4.1, I did mean to add something there on number 3. It says the scope shall cover. I'm assuming that's the scope of the LCA, the life cycle assessment, and maybe we need to add that there. And just to clarify, it was just something I'm like, that's an assumption, but I don't want to make assumptions. So appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Looks like Amy, right?
Yes, hi, it's Amy Lewis. I'm with New Buildings Institute. So of course, to be clear, with the proponent organization. Yeah, I also wanted to add the opinion about the software question that was just being discussed by Hoyt and
Roger.
I'm sorry, and Roger, that's right. Yeah, I would agree, even if the softwares, the compliant softwares are functionally equivalent, the 2 models, the baseline building and the design case, should be in the same software. just because it's, you don't want any level of comparing apples and oranges in, the formatting, the inputs and the outputs.
Okay, thank you for that. Micah, go ahead.
I wrote down my points and then I didn't look at what I wrote down. I agree with Ariel on the covered products. I think I mentioned that when we had met. I said, I'm not sure if this is the best place for covered products. I do think it's important we include them, and maybe I would suggest putting them before the table. And that way, at least the information is in there on what the expectation is, even if the table titles don't match identical. But I just think it's something important that needs to be in here so folks don't have to go to the legislation or try to figure out what covered products are other than what's just in the table. Because I think there's way more specific items than that stuff from the legislation I think should apply things.
Okay, thank you. Hoyt?
Yeah, do you mind, Dustin, from what Mike is saying, just so I could get it in my head? Put it kind of, I don't know if you have to do a new one or something, just put it to where he'd put it so I could just kind of look at it. I kind of agree with Mike. I think it would make clearer sense, but I want to make sure I'm thinking the same wording that he's saying, where you would put that in this appendix.
And sorry, Hoyt, Dustin probably doesn't have my language, although Dustin, I did just email you my version.
I
and
do
the link
have
to
it
the
here.
legislation. Yeah, and the link to the legislation, that's kind of where I'm getting the language from. So, but sorry, I don't want to send that to you at the, and have pull it up and then people get confused, but
And I think it
covered product is under the EPD definition in my version, Dustin, if you just want to copy and paste.
Okay. Let me pop that over.
just as long as I could see it, just so I could, I've gone through this whole thing too. I think I understand how to apply it. That's what I look at.
Go ahead, Roger, while we're pulling it up.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. Mike has made a couple of references to the legislation. While it is certainly reasonable to try to align this appendix with the Buy Clean, Buy Fair legislation, this is a standalone. It is not tied specifically anymore to the Buy Fair, Buy Clean. I know there was a reference in one of the versions that we had. It's still, I believe, down in the purpose statement, because as a designer, if I'm required to design to measure carbon, if I'm designing a building that's going to be that the Buy Clean, Buy Fair Act would come into play. I think Micah properly pointed out that the agency that would the agency is responsible for identifying and saying thou shalt. However, having an appendix here would be a great starting point of, okay, this is how we are going to approach this. But it is a separate document. It is not tied. And I know there have also been comments about, the work group and that was formed as part of that. This is a standalone appendix to measure and potentially modify embodied carbon. And then my second point is on the 100, 120, and 175%. If you go down to the product, I think that's the product. Now, I'm not sure which one we're looking at on the right or left.
So the left is the one we've been looking at all along. The one on the right is Micah's proposal.
I do want to point out there, I believe that's important. And in fact, I would even recommend, if you get down to it or up to it, I would even recommend getting rid of the 100, because what we have shown in the table is the global warming potential per the group that's down below, but those are regional averages. So theoretically, if we said you need to meet 100% of that, we have kind of excluded half of the half of the products, right? And that is not the intent. So because if you think of the bell curve, the average being in the middle, I think that it is important to make that, maybe 120 and 150, and I would be, I'm sure we'd be open to discussions about what those levels are, but making it 100% of the average is relatively restrictive, particularly for the first pass at this code, so or this section. So I would just suggest that those numbers be looked at and I don't know, 125, 150, 175 or something, if we're going to give municipalities or jurisdictions the ability to pick one of those. I think that there needs to be some recognition of the bell curve and the the GWP. We don't want to eliminate half of them by going at 100%. So.
Okay, thank you, Roger. Micah.
Thanks, Roger. I agree with you on the documents being separate. You know, this is appendix and that's the legislation. My intent there was to help with future business practices for jurisdictions. If the current RCW or legislative language does become law that applies across the board, or if a jurisdiction does do this and they do apply it to public buildings or private buildings separately, I didn't want one to have different requirements than the other. It was just kind of a coordination issue. It's like, hey, if the legislation says this, just align it with that. That was my intent. It wasn't to tie the legislation to this. It was just in the future business practice, we wouldn't have to come back and necessarily modify this to align with an RCW. It would already be aligned with hopefully what's coming through, but I don't know. That was my intent on that. Again, it's not a requirement. It was just, that's where I was going with it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Amy.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, again, Amy Lewis with NBI, the proponent organization. And I just wanted to give a response to some comments that we've heard in the past, if that's okay. That this proposal, so it's a little bit of a more general conversation, stepping away from some of the recent technical questions. But some comments that the proposal is not ready or premature to be adopted. And specifically, I'd like to suggest why it's beneficial to have it as a voluntary appendix. And just briefly, my background includes many years working as an independent Cal Green reviewer in California. So I have experience on the compliance and enforcement side, working with a variety of jurisdictions around that state. And I have an appreciation for the considerations and constraints related to code compliance, verification, and enforcement. And I've worked some in building department services as well. So again, as Ariel clarified earlier on in walking through the proposal, it's a voluntary appendix available for jurisdictions that are interested in adopting, and for jurisdictions that are interested in pursuing these measures, it's tremendously helpful to have a standardized approach and requirements. It saves jurisdictions time and effort in potentially developing their own requirements from scratch, or putting something together piecemeal from other sources. It saves practitioners considerable trouble in trying to comply with varying requirements that differ from one jurisdiction to the next. And so this matters for designers and contractors when they have to navigate differences in compliance from one jurisdiction to another. It also saves building department staff considerable trouble when they need to assist permit applicants or correct permit applicants in how their forms are filled and how to follow their local requirements. So I just wanted to underline that having consistency in a voluntary model language benefits everyone. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Amy. I have one small technical question, and then maybe we can jump into big picture discussion in the last 8 minutes here. And I think we're not going to obviously get to action today, but let's continue talking here. Micah, maybe I asked the question earlier about the type 3 environmental product declarations in Q103.3. My question was this similar: is how is someone supposed to know what type 3 means if they're not in this world? And my perhaps response would be, should ISO, what is it, 1025, is that the right reference, be included that defines what an EPD is? And maybe in the definition it should say, make that reference. That's not the right reference. I'm sorry.
All right.
Should, yeah, 1425 be included as a reference in there. Go ahead, Sophie.
Yeah, hi, Sophie Marine with the American Wood Council. I just wanted to say too, I had mentioned this on a previous tag call that I believe in the ISO standards world, that term type 3 is starting to be phased out. I can go back and find the specific new ISO reference that kind of governs the new way they're talking about environmental product declarations, but yeah, I know that's the terminology that's also used in the RCW. So in terms of consistency with existing language in Washington, I think people, if they are in this embodied carbon world, may have seen type 3 in that language, but just a consideration in general that as that gets phased out of usage in the ISO world, it might also benefit to phase it out in other places.
So Sophie, I know enough just to ask the question. Does that mean that if you were to strike out type 3 because it's redundant, it's only redundant if you were to say in a definition or reference 14 or 25, which helps you say that's an EPD. It's a third party verified EPD, right?
Yeah, it would be a third party verified EPD. I can double check on that too and send you back the information and the new ISO standard that's being referenced as well.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you, Sophie. Micah?
I believe Sophie's answer is totally awesome. The reason I struck it from the definition is the type 3 is the requirement. It's not the definition of an EPD. And I just relocated that type 3 down into Q103.3 where the requirement exists for the EPD. It requires that specific type of EPD in this appendix. Again, if with Sophie's answer, maybe you just strike it all together and you're just providing the EPD and then you handle that down the road. But that's why I didn't include it in the definition, because the definition is different than the requirement. There's other types of EPDs and they're all a report from my understanding.
Okay. Okay, Corey.
Thank you. This has been a comprehensive process. I just had a couple comments. One, I wanted to speak to the percentages, and I want to state that the data that was based on the national average is not necessarily going to work regionally. And that's part of why we've been pushing so hard to let that work group work out of 1282, because that's going to examine those EPDs and find out what those actual numbers are going to be. The other concern is if we're going to allow jurisdictions to adopt varying percentages across the state, us as suppliers and producers aren't going to have stability and guarantee ability in our mix designs and our availabilities, and there won't be consistency in the product. So I think that's a challenge, because we're going to have to plan for a different percentage from one jurisdiction to the other, and that just isn't going to make it cost effective or sustainable for industry. And I want to point back to our points that we've continually stated that industry wasn't at the table. The data doesn't reflect regional data. And I can point back to this conversation with the EVs that just took place a couple hours ago or an hour ago, where you guys were worried about the technical accuracy of the data. And we're at the same point here where we can question it all day. So I'd really like to just not push this forward until industry has a chance to weigh in and provide accurate data specific to Washington.
Thank you, Corey. And I'm going to make a quick point here, and just kind of point of privilege here. Because I'm the manufacturing representative on the council, I hope we find some space to have those further. I've done the best I can, but I haven't been able to reach out to all industry associations and manufacturing representatives. So in some ways, I hope it moves forward to the council so we can have more robust public discussion on that. And I have other questions about the regional versus national or even North American averages, and how we can maybe do that to make sure that we're addressing Washingtonians, which is what we're here to talk about. So, okay, I'm going to go to Ariel. Okay, just want to point out we're within 2 minutes of our time. So let's take a few more comments, but we also have to just leave a little bit of time to discuss what are we doing. We're not taking action today unless we're going to extend, but I don't think that's our intent today. So let's take a couple quick comments and then let the TAG kind of take action here on what to do next. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on these GWP values. The concrete ones are based on regional values. We definitely acknowledge the how regional of a material it is. So the everything other than concrete are based on national averages, but those are regional.
Okay. Thank you for that. Tiffany?
Hi, thank you. My name is Tiffany Reed Villarreal, and I am with National Ready Mix Concrete Association. And I'm the Director of Sustainability Codes and Standards. And I want to thank Ariel and Micah and everybody else from MBI who's put all this hard work into drafting the code. NRMCA shares your enthusiasm for low carbon concrete materials and take very seriously our industry commitment to reaching zero by 2050. So that being said, it is our position that embodied greenhouse gas emissions are not under the scope of the building code. So building code officials do not want the burden of enforcing embodied carbon limits. And this really should be under the scope of a green building code, such as IGC or a Cal Green. I know you guys don't have one, but maybe that's something that we could get implemented. So typically this is enforced by other departments other than the building and fire departments, which are focused on building life and safety and hazards. So NRMCA has been tracking the concrete global warming potential of our products since 2012 and have been producing our industry-wide benchmarks that are referenced by CLF and are in this document and by Cal Green and others, which is great. That's why we do it. And it only these regional values only take into account nationally 5% of all producers. And you're often going to see the ones that are the highest performing that are participating. So we need to be careful about not actually implementing something that's not already bringing in EPDs for some amount of time to give everybody an opportunity to learn how to produce them. So if everybody in Washington is doing that, great. So I have a national focus and I don't know. And I know we have some state level reps here. But lastly, we have helped many code officials draft great low carbon concrete codes, and we are willing and ready to help you to bring something that works for industry and for the state of Washington. And I'm here to help with whatever you need. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
we need a motion to extend.
Yeah, or just take action right now and table.
Yeah, and we are sitting with the quorum right now. I've been monitoring.
Okay, Dave, I'm sorry to cut you off here, but I don't really want to extend if we can. Wait, can you help us here?
Yeah, I wanted to say one thing. I want to make a motion to extend at least another 10 minutes.
Okay, well, go ahead then. Make
Okay.
a motion and then see if we second.
Yeah. Obviously, in anything that's in the code.
No, wait, I'm sorry. Please make the motion to extend for 10 minutes and then let's get a second.
Okay, making a motion to extend for 10 minutes.
This is Tim. I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to extend for 10 minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, we'll extend for 10 minutes. Hoyt, can you just hold 1 second? I'm going to recognize Dave first just because he was in line, if that's okay.
Okay, I want to reiterate what Tiffany just did most of my comments. But on your table is really convoluted here with, for example, 2,500 to 39.99. So you're lumping 2,500, 3,000, and 3,500 mixes all together under one single number. Those mixes all have a different cement content, and they all directly relate to the GWP. Since GWP is mainly the cement content, those need to be broken up, just like what NRMCA does. 2,500 or 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Anything in between is interpolated by scale.
Okay, thank you, Dave, for making that point.
The other thing is that you got to remember Washington is about 60% imported cement that all carries a burden of transportation, especially when you go east and central Washington. You will not easily hit those numbers. Same with Southwest Washington. They're same with Portland. You are going to have a hard time hitting any of those numbers. Industry needs to be involved in developing these numbers and have a good game plan. We're all about reducing carbon, but let's do it smart. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Hoyt, please go ahead.
Yeah, one thing I want to, this is an appendix, okay, which I think is appropriate for the appendix because jurisdictions can adopt it or not adopt it. This is not going to be a statewide thing that jurisdictions have to adopt. Can we improve it later? Absolutely. All codes get approved later. I would hate to throw this out, just because there's little bits that you could change. We could do that in the next cycle, or we could do this, if something else, we find something wrong. So to me, this is one of those things that I think falls what I call what should be an appendix, where jurisdictions by jurisdictions can adopt it, and this gives them direction. Not only the jurisdiction, this will also give design professionals that want to use some of this stuff, because they bring these up, we could actually follow this, and it helps us follow something that meets the code. So I'm hoping the people on our committee that we do make a motion to go ahead and put this through and take it to the full council and let them make the decision, because I do think this is one of those things that has been worked on. The changes that Mike made, I think, are fantastic. And I think this is something we can work with. Will it be improved in the future? I absolutely believe it would be. But I would hate to just throw it out just because there's, like the thing up to $24.99. Well, yeah, you could write that to 2,500 and go 4,000, things like that. But I'm hoping the committee on us, and I'll be one of them, to make a motion to move this forward, to trying to get this in the ballpark, in people's ears and people's eyes, and see if it does get it finally approved. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Hoyt. Hey, Patrick, sorry to cut you short. Can you do it in 30 seconds so we could have time to do something today?
Sure.
Thank you.
I agree with the prior speaker that I don't believe this belongs in code. There's a variety of reasons that I could go into for that. I don't think the state has, or the SBCC has the statutory authority to put this in code. I don't think it belongs in code, but also I think that we need to be really careful about what you put into code, because as I'm seeing from experience, there's a lot of pushback to making changes after you've put something in, or if there needs to be a reduction. The burden of proof you place for that is so high that it's hard to make a change after that. And just because it's an appendix doesn't mean it's immune from the requirements of statute, or it's going to make it easy to go scale it back if you've done something wrong. And the stakeholders have been clear that the Commerce already has a group that's doing a much better job of doing this, and it shouldn't be in the code. And there's other concerns, but that's what I'll say for now.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. And I just want to quickly clarify, and I want the TAG to now decide what we're going to do. This is an external proposal. Just make sure we repeat this, that this is part of our 3-year cycle. So this was submitted like any external proposal. So the council did defer it to this TAG. So we do need to take action on it. So it's in the proper procedure. And those other processes that are mandated are not within the realm of the State Building Code Council right now. They're Commerce, and except for the report that recently went through the full council that was passed on to legislature in the last few days. So with all of that in mind, what would the TAG like to do today on this petition?
I would like to make a motion to approve and submit it to full council.
Okay, thank you, Hoyt.
This is Tim. I'll go ahead and second that motion.
Okay, so motion by Hoyt and a second by Tim. Now from the TAG members, I'm trying to limit it to that. Speaking on the motion, is there any other discussion or deliberation on this?
I'd just like to be clear that we're just a minor modifications made to this. So this would be a revision 4.
Yeah, I'll recognize it as amended as on the screen. Yeah. Okay, Mike. Okay, Micah, go ahead. I said no non-TAG members,
I
but
know you did. I guess I needed to ask if that included the covered product information that I suggested going before the table, or if that edit did not be further discussed. Thanks.
That edit didn't get
Hoyt's
completed
motion included that.
on that one, but just to be clear, we're talking about A, B, C, and D here to go before this table. Okay.
That
I needed
was my
action
thinking,
before I
yes.
dropped it in there and got sidetracked.
and just to be clear with everyone, if this moves forward, the intent is we're asking collectively, we are asking for more public process, and as soon as it hits the committees, that's also the opportunity for lots of public testimony, amendments, and so forth. So go ahead, Sophie.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I was just gonna suggest not putting the covered product, those ones under the definition of the EPD. Again, I think we've talked about at a prior tag meeting on this proposal before that some of those engineered wood products like cross-laminated timber don't have a national industry-wide average yet, just because North American CLT manufacturers, there isn't a ton of them right now in North America. And so for antitrust concerns and all of that, there hasn't been an industry-wide average produced yet.
So just, okay, we just to be clear, what's on the screen now is or is not, it's not part of the current revision, right?
Well,
You'd have to
this on
strike-
screen now is now part of the current revision.
It's
I
part of the
think
motion, Hoyt?
Hoyt was asking for it earlier.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. To me, I think, yes, this is part of the motion. Absolutely. Yep. I think makes it better. So.
Okay, but I think Sophie's point is relevant that there's things that are listed in there that are not on the table. If I understand Sophie's point.
Yeah. Sophie, what if we just said engineered wood products and we just crossed off the such as stuff?
I don't necessarily know how that would impact the table then.
So you'd be willing to throw the whole thing out for that?
And I'm willing to throw out all of the ones that are referenced in the CRW currently, just because, again, as other folks have mentioned, as that's a reporting process and collecting EPDs on all of these covered products, that there hasn't been as much data collected on some of these materials or regional data as well. And so if you were to add those elements that aren't in the table to the table, I don't know what sort of baseline number would be established, because there's no like industry average yet for some of them.
So here's the question. We would be putting this through the full council, which means at that time you could also, make amendments to it the way I understand it. I'll go back to just keep it as it originally and stay with my original motion and put it forward. And rather than throw it out completely. So I'm going to go back to my original motion.
Yeah.
Are we gonna vote right now, or we might need
Yes.
another motion to extend?
Yeah. Well, Michael, I need to give you quickly, can you do that?
Yeah, I'm supportive of the motion, and actually I think it's the right move, and I would encourage everybody involved with these little details to submit them in public comment then, so that the fine working details can be expressed. And I want to express my appreciation to the proponent for changing from this originally being a chapter 1 amendment to making it an appendix chapter. I think that's what makes it work well for the state of Washington, and I'd support it.
Okay, with that, we either take a vote or we need to extend. So I'm going to make the call. We're within our seconds of our extension. I'm going to call the vote here. Let's try a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, with that action, then petition 118 as amended on the screen is recommended for approval by the council. So thank you, everyone. Corey, I'm sorry we didn't recognize your comment there.
I just
But
could I ask a real quick question? What's the
quick question, so we don't overextend.
Yeah, what's the timeline from now to committees through full council? Because I'm just concerned about us not having the data, because we're still doing research on it, because some of this product is new. So
Ideally, I would like to try to have a committee meeting next Friday and a council meeting the following Friday, but it really depends on what happens with the rest of our proposals that we table today, early next week. If we go beyond Wednesday, I'd like to extend that out one more week. And then after that, it'll sit for a while before CR 102 gets filed, and there's opportunity to make changes after CR 102 is filed.
So you're talking like it'll be before this full council within a month?
Within 3 weeks, I'd hope, yeah, ish, but it really depends on where we get.
Okay. Thank you for that. We're pushing our extension here. So we're going to reach out to TAG members on scheduling next week. We are right now scheduled for Thursday for certain. So we will check for availability. Is that okay, Dustin?
That's okay.
Okay. All right. With that, I'm going to adjourn and thank everyone for your many contributions here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.